Today's first qualifier, top of the stretch, has Glenview Rambo, Glenview Quintana, and his boy Elroy. They're off and pacing with his boy Elroy. First off the gate to grab the early lead as they race into the first turn. Glenview Quintana gets away second, and the early trailer is Glenview Rambo. The trio head by the opening eighth as they continue into the backstretch for the first time. They're headed to the opening quarter, led by his boy Elroy. A close-up second is Glenview Quintana. Gap back in at 3. That's where we find Glenview Rambo. They arrive at the opening quarter. No change up front. It's still his boy Elroy who will dictate the terms in the early going. Leads it still by 1. The opening quarter was in 30 seconds flat. Glenview Quintana continues to follow a close second. And trying to close that gap third is Glenview Rambo. Off the turn, still no change as they near the half. His boy Elroy and Glenview Quintana. They still sit 1-2. And tightening up a bit there at third is Glenview Rambo. Continuing into the lower turn, they head now to the 5/8. Half in a minute and 3/5 seconds. On to the backside now for the final time. It's his boy Elroy, uncontested out front. A length and a quarter of the margin. Glenview Quintana is still racing in the pocket. And back trailing in 3, Glenview Rambo. They continue through the backstretch. They arrive now at the 3/4 mile mark. And his boy Elroy still the boss. 3/4, paced in 1:32 flat. His boy Elroy continues to lead the qualifier on to the 7/8. Glenview Quintana is now 2 lengths back second, and the third one is Glenview Rambo. Off the turn and into the lane now for the final time. And his boy Elroy opens up a bit on the front. Now picking up the pace, his boy Elroy will take the qualifier. Glenview Quintana finishes second, and Glenview Rambo is third. Time for the mile, 2:01 3/5. So a recap of the first qualifier. Number 1, Glenview Rambo finished third, was timed in 2:02 and 4. 2, Glenview Quintana second, 2:02 and 2. 3, His Boy Elroy was the winner, 2:01 and 3. Fractions were 30 seconds for the quarter, the half a minute 3/5, 3/4 in 1:32, and the mile 2:01 and 3. Two 2-year-olds behind the gate for today's second qualifier, Victonian Amelia and Free to Be Me. Two-year-olds are off with Free to Be Me. Moving off the gate first to grab the early lead as they head to the opening eighth. Back second, that is Victonian Amelia. Two-year-olds make their way by the eighth. On into the backstretch, first time, and they're led by Free to Be Me. Now tightening up second is Victonian Amelia. Continuing on through the backstretch as they near that opening quarter. It's Free to Be Me Charting the early path, leading it a length and a half, with Pictonian Amelia in pursuit second. They were past that opening station in 30 and 1/5 second, continuing off the top turn as they enter the stretch now. For the first time as they approach the half, and Free to Be Me continuing on the front end with Pictonian Amelia in pursuit second into the lower turn, and opening up a bit there is Free to Be Me, now clear by 4 with Pictonian Amelia trying to keep pace second. The 2-year-olds head now to the 5/8. They were past the half in 1 minute and 1/5 second. They're on their way to the 3/4 mile mark, and Free to Be Me is free by 5. Pictonian Amelia is back in the 2 spot. 2-year-olds now check in at the 3/4 mile mark, and Free to Be Me expanding the lead now, heading on to the 7/8. Free to Be Me clocked the 3/4 in 1:30 and 2/5 seconds, and Free to Be Me expanding the lead with every stride as they move off the top turn and enter the stretch now for the final time. Pictonian Amelia a gap out second. On through the lane they come, and Free to Be Me strides off to win the 2-year-old qualifier. Pictonian Amelia will finish second. Mile in 1:59 and 4/5. Well, 4 and 1 to Free to Be Me, the winner, 1:59 and 4. Fractions, the quarter was 30 and 1, the half a minute 1/5, 3/4 in 1:30 and 2, and the mile 1:59 and 4/5. at Truro Raceway. The current temperature here in Truro is 26 degrees Celsius. We're under clear skies. Tonight's track condition has been rated as fast. The card this evening, as always, is conducted under the rules and regulations of the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. The senior judge this evening is Alex Monroe. Associates are Kevin Kroll and Mike Ellsworth. Only a couple of changes thus far to report so far on this evening's program. In the third race, race 3, we do have an equipment change on the 5 Sunny Billion. He's changing bridles, going from a closed bridle to an open bridle. Also, some programs out there are missing the chart line from last evening here at Truro, July 16th. It was on a fast track, a conditioned event for non-winners of 451 last 5. Sunny Billion left from post 6, finished 8th, was defeated by 10 3/4 lengths, was individually timed in 2 minutes and 1/5, and was driven by Gilberto. That's Sunny Billion in race 3. Chart line from yesterday here at Truro. From post 6, finished 8th, was defeated by 10 3/4, timed in 2 minutes and 1/5, and again the driver was Gilberto. The other change to report is in race 6. Race 6, we have a scratch. Number 8, Black Electra, is sick and will not start. Race 6, scratch the 8, Black Electra. Those are the changes, with post time for the first race set for 4 p.m. That's in less than 24 minutes. The mutuals are open and selling. We have a driver change. Number 1, Grin's Little Flirt, make it Corey McPherson. Driver change in tonight's third. Corey McPherson will drive number 1, Grin's Little Flirt.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to Truro Raceway. You've already had your program changes from track announcer Joe Kelly. I'm Sugar Doyle out of the Universum Media Studios in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Along for the ride again this evening, Scott Waddell, based out of Moncton, New Brunswick, for the show. And Scott, a wonderful evening of racing, 9 dashes, and a look at some fine 2-year-olds pacing colts. Last night we saw a real nice, big fella, malicious 2-year-old doing some really good things on track last night. And you know what? There's going to be more to see from that big fella. His pilot had him well in hand at the finish line. There was more from that one. Okay, so maybe a slight technical issue there on your end, Scott. I'm not getting sound,
I was
but
I
yeah,
was just talking about Brody's. Yeah, I was
there
just
he
talking
is.
about Brody's Colt. Yeah, there we are. We're here.
Right on.
It
Come
must
on
be something
back.
in the phone. Must be something in the Wi-Fi up here in Moncton, I think.
You're good now. Yes, so
We're all good.
Brody with the big malicious Colt.
Yeah,
Same
yeah,
thing I
outstanding.
mentioned last night, same thing in Summerside. Just kind of waited for things to settle, put him on top, and from then it was over, right? Let's talk about him coming through the stretch. I mean, Mark Campbell had a real nice Colt coming alongside, but Brody just sitting.
Yeah, he was motionless down the stretch, Sugar, and on to a 55 and 1 victory. And he's such a nice horse. Earl Smith has, he has a outstanding record with young horses, and he's got another good one here. And it's going to be fun to watch him throughout the summer.
Right on. We're talking about the Fern Hill General, 55 and 1 score. Joe Kelly referring to possibly another ringer for a 2-year-old. Will likely match some of the speed we saw by Woodmere Steel Deal, who we're going to see later on this evening. Woodmere Steel Deal went undefeated through his 2-year-old season. For me, I know, I'm pretty sure I wrote about it. I know I thought about it.
I'm
If
sure
he
you
would have,
did.
if he would have been in Ontario, he would have matched any 2-year-old, as far as I'm concerned. And there's not a whole lot of maritime 2-year-olds that could ever have done something like that. Match 2-year-olds of Ontario. You know, there was a few nice ones up that way, but if Woodmere Steel Deal had faced some of Ontario's 2-year-old finest last season, he would not have looked at a place. He was that good. He was special, and you know what? He'll be trying
He
to bounce
was.
back this evening. Tasted defeat for the first time last time out, but I mentioned the pressure is off. He does not have to try for the perfect career. You know, he's tasted defeat for the
No,
first time. That
exactly.
takes a whole lot of pressure off the connections, right?
Oh, it absolutely does. And you mentioned, him being able to compete at a high level last year, probably in Ontario. I'm sure he could have. And you have to go back a few years, Sugar. I don't know if you remember Seltzer Blue, a
Oh,
2-year-old out of St. John, and he ended up going down and competing with some of the best in the U.S. and pulled off some big miles down there for Dr. Hugh Baird way back in the day. But
yeah, Steve
no Steel
Maher
Deal.
was. Yeah, Steve
Yeah,
Maher
Steve
had a
Maher. Steve.
fine looking Colt here.
Oh,
Yeah.
he was a nice Colt. Yeah, he
Hmm.
was a nice Colt. And like you say, the pressure's kind of off Steel Deal tonight. He's going, trying to start a fresh streak, and he's going to try and do it, of course, against Dusty Lane Goliath. So it's going to be a great matchup coming up later on this evening.
Right. Another fine winner last night in 2-year-old A action all the way to Cardigan. Longest shot on the board. Miles Heffernan smiling ear to ear in the winner's circle. It was a very special win for him. He had a lot of family
Yeah.
out there for the winner's circle. And you know what? When he made front, he just he had the game plan. Nobody was going by.
Oh no, no, exactly. And Heffernan likes to do that. I mean, he's an
Oh,
aggressive driver, and he likes to get them off the gate, and he fires them out of there, and worked out well for him last night. I thought they were going to get him late in the mile, Sugar,
oh.
but Miles kept him alive, and a big trip for that horse for sure.
How many tracks will have the longest shot on the board cutting it. The 1-9 pulls alongside, and you said, yeah, I don't think so. You know, it doesn't happen.
I know. No,
Miles
especially
Heffernan, good on you. A wonderful win
Yeah.
again for you. All the family connections involved with all the way to Cardigan, right downtown in Truro last evening in 2-year-old Colt Stake action. We got the Glamour Boys tonight. We got the Age Pacing Mare Series. We've got the Lindsay Construction Cup, and could be another 1-9 fave in that Invitational, Scott.
Yeah, it's what it's Times to Dance's race to win or lose. I think Sugar. He's
Yeah.
got the middle of the racetrack to leave tonight. It's going to be tough. Going to be tough sledding for the others. He's just so strong coming off that Governor's Plate victory and win before that over at Red Shore, Charlottetown in 52-3. He's just been phenomenal this year, and it's going to take a monster trip by someone just to look him in the eye tonight and give him a challenge.
Right. A fine win in the Governor's Plate, dedicated in memory of the late Richard Campbell, who was a huge part of the Mark Campbell operation with the horses there. And Time to Dance, removing Lasix this evening, so it might be just a little bit tougher. Might throw a wrench in the game plans, but I mentioned last night, I don't think there's ever been an invitational where post positions have been handicapped, but if they were ever going to try something like that in an invite, this was the one. I may have asked Time to Dance maybe to leave from the back tier spot. You got to leave behind the rail horse, dude, just to make it a little bit tougher, right?
That would have made it very interesting for sure.
I think so.
I would have liked to seen Trites up on Woodmere Ideal Art on the inside. He can kick the gate, but you've got I'm a Looker too. He was a big winner there last week. I think you seen him as well, Sugar. 53-2 in the backup class, the Governor's Plate Consolation, and Barrio gets a live mount on him from post position number 5. So maybe with the Lazex change on Time to Dance, and maybe the driver change to I'm a Looker too. Could be a challenge there in the 11th race.
Yeah, that was a nice mile by him. He cut the mile. Mark Campbell was on board. It's going to be Jill Barrio on board. I'm a Looker too tonight. You mentioned Todd Trites. Woodmere Ideal Art in the plate. He did leave out against Time to Dance, but he knew he wasn't getting around, so Todd looks over to Mark and he says, you know what, I'm taking back. Good luck, pal. And that was a neat little story from Todd Trites towards Mark Campbell going around that opening turn in the Governor's Plate. Time to Dance, of course, just gone. And you know what, I'm watching from the backside. And just quickly here before the post parade, a policeman pulls up to me, and on the backside, I'm wondering if he's going to ask me to move. No, he just pulled alongside to me and said, "Who's going to win?" I said, "They're not going to beat Time to Dance. Wait until the last turn. He'll pull away." And that's what he did. The cop looks over at me and he says, "How did you know that?" It's just everybody knew that. Anyway, getting set to post parade here for race number 1. It's the final evening of racing for Atlantic Grand Circuit Week. A loaded card. We're excited. I hope you're excited too. Glad you're along for the ride. I'm Sugar Doyle out of Charlottetown. Scott Waddell is in from Moncton. Here's Joe Kelly with the post parade of race 1 of 11.
Horses are now on the track and on parade for the first race of the evening. It's a conditioned event for non-winners of 1 and 2 races lifetime. From post 1 is Malice Intent. She's owned by Ian Banks, Ernie Gillen, Wachaco, and Danny Romo. Danny will do the driving. Dusty Lane Sebastian from post 2 has Ernie Laffin at the controls for owner Cameron McCacken. Number 3 is Miss Myra Beach, owned by Robert McFadgen. Neldy McDonald gets the call. Dr. Trevin Shive will drive from post 4, Caribbean Tides, owned by Dr. Jim Shive. Number 5 is Hardy Mill Joe, owned by the Hardy Mill stable, and Ken Hardy. Mark Campbell catch driving. And Andy Campbell will guide from post 6, Cool Do. He's owned by Stephen McLeod. Post time for the first race is in less than 5 minutes.
There you have it. 5 minutes to post parade, or 5 minutes to post time following the post parade there. Now we're at 4 minutes. Time is going to go by fast this evening. It's 11 races. It's a stacked card, including the Glamour Boys. That is 3-year-old Pacing Colts Atlantic Sire Stakes action, the Age Pacing Mirror Series, the Lindsay Construction Cup in the finale, that invitational set to go postward in our finale. Getting word from Cam McPhee, and he wanted us to plug along the Atlantic Dream Stable. Entries need to be in for July 18th, that being tomorrow, and Cam tells me he's in Truro this evening if folks want to pull him aside and give their entries to him in person. The Atlantic Dream Stable entries close tomorrow. So getting a look at my top selection here, the betting public getting really behind 6 Cool Do. Cool Do is a 4-year-old son of So Surreal, and Andrew Campbell potted for Steve McLeod, and the 6-horse, huge back half in 57-4 to go from last to third in his season debut. I believe he's good to go. So too does the betting public, but Scott Waddell with us tonight, broadcasting live from Moncton. And Scott, you've got other plans here in the opener.
Well, I like your selection for the deuce, actually, here in race number 1, Sugar. I like number 5, though, Hardy Mill Joe. You look at his last line there. First start back off a qualifier. He paced in 2:01 made up some ground through the home stretch, and a good final last quarter there, 29 seconds. And the big thing I'm looking at with this horse is the driver change to Mark Campbell. Mark Campbell drives the 3-year-old son of sports writer from Post 5, and his odds are dipping down a little bit. He's at 9-5 right now, but I like this horse from Post 5, second start off a qualifier, and I like the driver change to driver Mark Campbell from Post 5. Hardy Mill Joe currently at 9-5.
Yeah, I'm with you. I believe is a top 2 threat, definitely the exactor factor here in off a decent season debut. He'll likely be right there with the 6 Cool Do at the finish. Maybe the exactor box of 5 and 6 is the play here in the opener. And if you're going to try the triactor of 5-6, 5-6, all maybe, or the 1 and 2. You like the 1 for third. I'm going to the 2 for the show dough here in the opener. Number 2, Dusty Lane Sebastian obviously has issues, but if he can mind his manners, and even if he doesn't, he shows he can throw in a nice back quarter there. Dusty Lane Sebastian is the one I'll try for the show money. Again, obviously some issues there. Ernie laughing on for Joe Green, the owner, Cab McEachern.
Yeah, he's looking to get back on track for sure, but I like the 1 a little bit. He's currently at 24-1 on the board, and that's Malice Intent, the 2-year-old daughter of Malicious out of the Rock and Roll Hanover mare. Rocks Are Us, owned by Ian Banks and Ernest Gillen. And Danny Romo, of course, no stranger to the young horses, and this horse off a qualifier threw a last quarter at them, 29-3. So shows a little bit of speed there off that last quarter. So kind of like this horse a little bit, Sugar, and right now the 1 showing at 27-1, but maybe not a bad choice to go 5-6, 5-6 maybe with 1 and 2 for third.
Yeah, she's a nice-looking little filly there. We watched a young 2-year-old last night for Shive in the early going, leave the rail. And it's one thing about these 2-year-olds when they face the older horses, especially first time. You know what?
Yeah.
Even with the rail, they don't seem to get away all that quick. She shows a quarter mile of 32-1 in her qualifier. You know, if Danny can keep her close, sit third or fourth, definitely try actor and show worthy here. It's almost post time for race number 1, that being your final call to wager on the first from Truro Raceway, brought to you by Universum Media.
And want to mention as well, we'll be keeping an eye on the winning drivers tonight as the leaders going into tonight in the KDP Driver Award standings. We have 3 drivers right now with 2 wins each, and that is Gilles Barrio, Redmond Doucette, and Darren Crow. They all sit at 2 wins apiece. And there you see Dr. Trevin Shive on the backstretch with the 4-entry Caribbean Tides, a first-time starter out of the Tough Free-for-All pacer, State Treasurer. And this horse out for his first start off a 2:01 and 2, personally time qualifier, had Todd Trites in the bike. Last quarter 30 and 3, sitting at 17-1 right now on number 4 Caribbean Tides, the son of the great free-for-all pacer, State Treasurer. He'll try it tonight from post position 4, and you're getting 17-1 on that one, post 4.
It appears the starter is calling them in here for the opener. Next voice you hear, Joe Kelly will have them behind the gate.
Home Hardware Building Center starting gate is now moving for the opener. It's post time. Race number 1 of the evening, the Jim Chambers Pace. It has Malice Intent, Dusty Lane Sebastian, Miss Myra Beach, Caribbean Tides, Hardy Mill Joe, and Cool Dew. They're off and pacing. Caribbean Tides away quickly. Will grab the early lead. Cool Dew from the outside. Drives out alertly. Down at the rail, that's Malice Intent, the 2-year-old. She'll get away third. Inside and pacing in fourth is Dusty Lane Sebastian. Then fifth on the limb is Hardy Mill Joe. And sitting at the back in the early going is Miss Myra Beach. They head down the back stretch now for the first time as they move on over to the opening quarter. And Cool Dew has taken over the lead. But here comes Hardy Mill Joe to attack second on the inside and giving way to sit third. That's Caribbean Tides. Then outside and pacing along in 4, Dusty Lane Sebastian, followed by Malice Intent, and Miss Myra Beach is 6th and trailing. They continue on over to the 3/8. That's Hardy Mill Joe, who has taken over the lead, is clear by 3. Cool Dew now we'll close that gap second on the inside, and looking at it from 3 as they continue off the top turn is Caribbean Tides. The opening quarter was in 31 and 1/5 second. It's Hardy Mill Joe showing them past the midway point, leading it by 2. Second is Cool Dew outside, going the long trip in 3. That's Dusty Lane Sebastian. And Caribbean Tides holding down the 4 spot, back to Malice Intent from 5. And still at the back of the field is Miss Myra Beach. They were past the half in 1:01 and 2. It's Hardy Mill Joe. 3 parts of a length is the lead. Outside and still advancing is Dusty Lane Sebastian as they near the 3/4 mile mark. Cool Dew is in at the rail, racing a third outside. Caribbean Tides is tipped wide in 4. They arrive at the 3/4. Hardy Mill Joe still the boss. A length and a half is the lead. Cool Dew up into second now. Dusty Lane Sebastian beginning to tire. Will settle in at the rail third. Caught wide in 4. That is Caribbean Tides. They race past the 7/8 and off the top turn. And Cool Dew now stepping out of the pocket. Less than an eighth to come. 3/4 in 1:32 and 1. They straighten out through the lane now for the final time. And Cool Dew on the outside attacking Hardy Mill Joe. Hardy Mill Joe, Cool Dew on the outside. Those two right down to the line. It's close. It could be Cool Dew on the outside. Hardy Mill Joe in the show spot to Dusty Lane Sebastian. Mile in 2:01 and 1/5.
And as Joe Kelly said, very close at the wire between the 5, Hardy Mill Joe. and Cool Do, as you see them coming off the turn for home, and Mark Campbell got the lead with this fella, sitting at even odds on your tote board, and had the lead in deep stretch. And on the outside, Cool Dude had a great trip to the inside for Andrew Campbell, and the Campbells were battling late through the stretch here. And as Joe said, very tight at the wire here between the 5, Hardy Mill Joe, and the 6, Cool Do, the mile 2:01 and 1 here in the first.
Really good battle there for the win. It appears to be 6 Cool Do. Cool Do, a 6, 5, 2, and 4. Still waiting on the official posting, unofficial postings here. It appears
looks like
number
he's coming
6,
back.
Cool Do, is going to come back. And
Yeah.
we got some parade marshals on here, Scott.
Yes, we do, and they've been with us all week, Sugar, so we appreciate their efforts here tonight with us. And they, of course, lead the post parade each and every race, and welcome back the winner to the winner's circle. And we'll see the winner here of race number 1 in just a moment. And as you mentioned, it appears it's Cool Dude.
Now back in victory lane, the winner of the first race, the Jim Chambers pace, number 6 in your program, Cool Do. 4-year-old Big Gelded, son of So Surreal. Who's out of the Dragon Again Dam, Do It Again. Owned by Stephen McLeod of Onslow Mountain. Trained by Stephen, driven to victory by Andy Campbell. Cool Do winning in 2:01 and 1/5. Trackside is Mr. Jim Chambers presenting his cooler in the Jim Chambers pace. Jim was the last surviving former member of the Halifax Harness Horse Owners Association, which conducted the races on the Commons in Halifax in the late 1950s. Jim has enjoyed horse ownership and training over the years. The last horse that Jim had owned was Lady Gigi. Jim is joined trackside by family and friends presenting the cooler in the Jim Chambers pace.
This race replay brought to you by Pye Chevrolet.
Alexander McDonald, contact the paddock judge. Alexander McDonald. Here is the official rundown of race 1. Number 1, Malice Intent was 5th. 2, Dusty Lane Sebastian 3rd. 3, Miss Myra Beach 6th. 4, Caribbean Tides 4th. 5, Hardy Mill Joe 2nd. 6, Cool Do the winner. Fractions were 31 and 1, 101 and 2, 132 and 1, the mile 2:01 and 1/5. Top down 536 421. 652 try in race 1, $17.80. The 6.5 exactor, $5.40. Upcoming in races 2 and 3, the early daily double. No changes in the second race. Third race, we have a driver change on number 1, Grin's Little Flirt. Make it Corey McPherson. Also on the 5 entry, Sonny Billion. He has a bridle change, closed to open. Also, Sonny Billion has a chart line from yesterday here at Truro. It was on a fast track in a conditioned event for non-winners of 4:51 last 5. Sonny Billion, leaving from post 6, finished 8th, was defeated by 10 3/4 lengths, individually timed in 2 minutes and 1/5, and the driver, it was Gilles Barrio. Post time for the upcoming second race, A division of the 3-year-old pacing colts in less than 10 minutes.
And as we had mentioned, we are watching the KDP Driver Award standings for this evening. And with that win in the first race, driver Mark Campbell now with 2 wins. So he's in a 4-way tie. Gilles Barrio, Redmond Doucette, Darren Crow, and Mark all sitting with 2 wins apiece. And we'll be updating that throughout the evening.
There's that win photo from race number 2. It was close by a head. Cool Do getting up in the final strides there over the 5-horse. And you know what? They were really sprinting. That final 8th had to be 14 seconds, or maybe it was better. At 29 flat on the end. And first victory on the season there for Cool Do, who he was sitting on a win, but you know what? The 5 gave him a pretty good run. It was a nice stretch battle there in the opener. We're 9 minutes away from race number 2, and we're back with Atlantic. Sire Stakes action. It's an A division for the 3-year-old pacing colts. The Glamour Boys are with us this evening in Truro, and taking the action right off the bat here. Just call me Doc. Mark Campbell stays on for co-owner, trainer Keith Ford, and tasted defeat there last time out over Summerside, a 55-3 score. And you know what? The rail advantage there, you know, Mark is going to use it to his full potential.
Oh, you're right. Just call me Doc. Got parked there last week, quarter 28 seconds, and just got nipped at the wire too, 55-3 by Jaden's Magic Steel, which he'll see again tonight with him racing from post position number 4 with the driver change to Adam Murner from Miles Heffernan, who has been driving him. So Adam Murner gets the driving assignment on him tonight from post 4 in the first division upcoming in race number 2.
Alrighty, awaiting the post parade then. The post parade coming right up here as we're 7 minutes away from post time. Steelhead Hanover, the sire of 4 colts in here. 4 of 5 Steelhead Hanover, and such a shame the early passing of a fantastic sire who's put lots of winners in the winners, put lots of horses in the winner's circle here in the last season or two. Steelhead Hanover, the sire of 4 of them here from 5 pacing colts. Upcoming second race. Post parade coming right up.
And just wanted to take a quick moment to send along a special hello to Curtis Johnston, probably listening in from New Brunswick. He and his wife also celebrating a anniversary this past week, and Curtis a birthday. So happy anniversary and happy birthday, partner, from your buddy up here doing the races for Truro from Moncton. 6 minutes now to race number 2, post parade, coming up shortly for our first division of 3-year-old pacing colts.
Parade marshals Haley Cody with Brianna's Solanas Chucks and Emily Hines aboard Tinseltown Whiz Kid. are leading the 3-year-old colts postward for tonight's second race. It's an A division Atlantic Sire Stakes action. They'll go for a purse of $8,320. From post 1, it's Just Call Me Doc, owned by Gordon, David, Douglas, Neal, along with Keith Ford. Mark Campbell will drive. Steel Reefer from post 2, owned by Robert Tilley, Gary Mott, and Wayne McRae. Gilles Barrio at the lines. Darren Crow will pilot from post 3, Tobin's Native, owned by Charlie Piper, Sonny Seitman, and William Shearer. Number 4 in the field is Jaden's Magic Steel. Boys will be Boys Racing are the owners. Adam Murner will do the driving. Number 5, Mr. Riley, owned by Darlene Compton, Kerry Taylor, and James Gorman, Corey McPherson in tow. That's the field for the second race. A division, 3-year-old pacing colts. Post time in 4 minutes.
4 minutes. 4 minutes out from race number 2. It's the Atlantic Sire Stakes action. A division, 3-year-old pacing colts. And the Glamour Boys, always fun to watch here. Number 4, Jaden's Magic Steel, is a top selection for the Morning Line Man, myself, Scott Waddell, who joins us out of Mountain. Jaden's Magic Steel went 0 for 3 to begin this season, and things turned for the better mid-June because he's gone on to go 3 for 3 in his latest outings, and the latest being a new race win record, 55-3 over Summerside, where he went first up forever. 55-3, lifetime best. Miles Heffernan has been driving. Adam Murner goes back on board here tonight for trainer Melissa Rennie. Boys will be boys racing out of Charlottetown. Jaden's Magic Steel tries to make it 4 in a row. Even money currently, as mentioned, a game first up effort where he made a move early on the outside. And you know what, though? There were 3 of them right across the track. Just Call Me Doc as well as Steel Reefer right there with them. And shaping up to be another great battle here in race 2, Scott.
Yeah, for sure. I like Jaden's Magic Steel, Adam Murner, and as you mentioned, what a tough first up trip he went last week, 55-3. And Just Call Me Doc, of course, has Mark Campbell, winner of race number 1, right back in here again. He's fresh off that second place finish to Jaden's Magic Steel last week and just nipped at the wire, but he got parked out that opening quarter, 28 seconds. And I expect with the inside post, Mark's going to have this fella pointed right to the top, and the better's all over him right now, Sugar. He's sitting at 1-4, and he's 6 out of 7 in the top 3, and another, like we mentioned, another nice colt by Steelhead Hanover.
Right on, and Keith Ford, Bim Ford, has got lots of work into this fella. He began racing back in late May at a Charlottetown, and he was on board for his first 5 or 6 outings in 2021, so he brought him right along nicely, and now it's time to face the Glamour Boys in a solid second place finish where Keith used Mark Campbell for the drive, and as mentioned, with the rail advantage, he's going to have him well spotted in the early going. Yeah. And right next door, Steel Reefer, Gilles Barrio, was kind of having a lackluster night until about the end when he took the final division of the Stanfield last night, rolling a filly gate to wire. So Gilles Barrio trying to pick things up this evening and gets a great shot here with number 2, Steel Reefer. Myself, you, Scott, and the Morning Line Man selecting this one for third. You know what? If 4-1-2 or 1-4-2 comes in here on the try, not going to pay a whole lot, but they appear to be the top 3 to be backing in here. I'm expecting all 3 to be right there together at the finish line. Gilles could do better than third because, as mentioned, he was right there with them at the finish in Summerside. Steel Reefer expected to trip out here in race number 2.
Yeah, he's a nice colt. He should get a good trip here from post number 2, and he likes to sit up close to the action. Sugar watched this horse race all last season pretty closely, and again this season, and he's one that likes to sit up close. So he's got post 2 to work with for Barrio tonight. Having a solid year, he's got about $5,100 made. Hasn't missed the board so far, and I think Jill's probably going to get a nice trip in behind Just Call Me Doc here early, and should hang around nicely for part of the try. And he's sitting right now at 5-2 on your board here in race number 2 with 1 minute to post.
Yeah, we're getting a look at him right now. You know, it's a very hot day over there in Truro. Gilles got this colt right on the bit, but you know what? He's not lathering up or anything. He's just very sharp.
No, he's not. Yeah, he's a nice horse, big solid horse if you see him up close, and you know, he's good on the racetrack and looks sharp. And like you say, the heat, these horses fly in the heat, and they've got a nice day for it today at Truro.
Beautiful evening for a stat card of racing. The Glamour Boys, that is 3-year-old pacing colts, age pacing mare series, as well as the Lindsay Construction Cup as the finale. That invite, we're all looking forward to that. Time to dance, the 1-2 beat in the Invitational tonight. We're getting set to go post. We're getting a look at a long shot player here in Tobin's Native, the lone Stonebridge Terror colt in the field. As mentioned, 4 of 5, all sired by Steelhead Hanover. Darren Crow, training and driving Tobin's Native here at a big price. Getting set to go postward here. We're awfully close. Final call for wagering on race number 2.
Your last chance to invest in today's second race. The 3-year-old pacing A colts. They'll go behind the gate in less than a minute.
Starter has called for the horses here. Atlantic Sire Stakes, 3-year-old pacing colts, field of 5, all on gate. Joe Kelly will pick them up on the backside.
Home Hardware Building Center starting gate is moving for the second race. It's post time. Race number 2 of the afternoon. The first of 2 A divisions. Atlantic Sire Stakes for 3-year-old pacing colts. They'll compete for a purse of $8,320. Top of the stretch, Just Call Me Doc, Steel Reaver, Tobin's Native, Jaden's Magic Steel, and Mr. Riley. They're off and pacing and getting the first call. Jaden's Magic Steel fires off the wings of the gate, looking for the early lead. Down to the inside, Steel Reefer. He is away in the pocket, outside and crossing over and finding a seat. Mr. Roddy third, inside, Just Call Me Doc. Gets away and unhurried fourth and trailing in 5. That's Tobin's Native. The colts head through the backstretch in single file fashion as they arrive at that opening station. And up front, Jaden's Magic Steel will set the tempo. Leads by a length and a quarter. Steel Reefer in for the pocket journey second. At the rail third, that's Mr. Roddy, followed closely by Just Call Me Doc. In 4, then a gap of 2.5 lengths back to the trailer. That's Tobin's Native. No change. Opening quarter. in a snappy 27-4. They're still single file as they near the midway point. It's Jaden's Magic Steel setting that lively clip. Has opened up now by 2.5. On the inside, Steel Reefer is second. First over, here comes Just Call Me Doc. Now moving up on the outside, third. At the rail, Mr. Roddy is shuffled back to fourth. Then to the outside from the back goes Tobin's Native. But Jaden's Magic Steel drawing clear now by 3-4 lengths as they race down the backstretch. Final time, the half. 56 2/5 seconds. A lively clip as they race past the 3/4 mile mark. Jaden's Magic Steel is out there by 4. On the inside, Steel Reefer is holding second. Outside, Just Call Me Doc trying to gain ground on the first overpath, third. On the inside, fourth, that's Mr. Roddy, and still at the back is Tobin's Native. Jaden's Magic Steel now by a diminishing 2.5. A little closer, second is Steel Reefer. 3/4 in 1:24 2/5 seconds. Jaden's Magic Steel is going after the track record. Does he have enough, though? It's Jaden's Magic Steel on the outside. Steel Reefer, Jaden's Magic Steel, gate to wire over Steel Reefer and Just Call Me Doc. The mile, look at it, 1:54 1/5, equaling the track record for 3-year-old Pacing Colts.
Wow, what an impressive trip here in race number 2, the first division of the 3-year-old Pacing Colts. And Adam Murner right down the highway with this fella from post 4. Thought Mark Campbell would have got the front early here, but he tried it from off the pace here. But cutting the fractions, 27-4 over the half, 56-2. And as Joe said, 1:24-2 at the 3/4 station. And you see him in the stretch here. He's digging in, looking over his shoulder. Steel Reefer the closest to him at this point. But he was on a mission here. And he closes it out here in 30-1 and preserved just enough to get the win here. The mile in 1:54-1. What a trip here in race number 2 on a speedy afternoon at Truro Raceway.
Right on. That
inquiry sign posted by the judges looking at a possible pylon violation committed by 5, Mr. Roddy, at the top of the stretch.
Right on. That inquiry, then, it will not affect the top 3, most likely. We're talking about Tobin's Native. Darren Crow had a ton of horse, too. You know what? If he would have had the trip Gilles Barrio worked out with Steel Reefer, Darren Crow might have been a winner in there, because he absolutely was straight back on this horse turning for home. Got him into the pylons, too, and the horse just jumped it off through the stretch. Again, Tobin's Native reverse the trips with Gilles Barrio there, and we might be seeing him parade back to the winner's circle. But Jaden's Magic Steel, 28 seconds through the third to bottom out this field, matching the track record, 1:54-1. Parade Marshals leading this one back, 4-2-1-5. It's unofficial. The inquiry does involve number 5, Mr. Riley.
Back in victory lane, the winner of tonight's second race, Atlantic Sire Stake, 3-year-old Pacing Colt, A Division, number 4 in your program, Jaden's Magic Steel. 3-year-old Bay Gillet son of Steelhead Hanover. He's out of the Largo Dam Meridian Magic. Was bred by Barry and Reuben Martin of Sydney, now owned by Boys Will Be Boys Racing of Charlottetown. He's trained by Melissa Reddy, driven to victory by Adam Murner. Jaden's Magic Steel just equaled the track pacing record for 3-year-old Pacing Colts here at Truro Raceway. It was set last year by Mr. Kelly, also with Adam Murner at the controls, 1:54 1/5. Jaden's Magic Steel in the track record equaling mile.
Very nice colt there, Jaden's Magic Steel. Just want to go back and correct myself. The inquiry does involve number 3, Tobin's Native. 4-2-1-3. Inquiry involving the unofficial 4th place finisher, number 3, Tobin's Native. We'll await the result for that.
This race replay Brought to you by Truro Toyota.
And after the second race, we now have a 5-way tie for the top driver of Grand Circuit Week. Adam Murner now has 2 wins with that win here in race number 2, along with Gilles Barrio, Red Doucette, Darren Crow, and Mark Campbell, all sitting with 2 wins apiece. And we'll keep track of that as the afternoon progresses.
As a result of the inquiry in the second race, it was determined by the judges that number 5, Mr. Riley, did go inside of 3 consecutive pylons at the top of the stretch. He did finish 4th. However, for that violation, he will be placed 5th. Here's how the Colts finished in the second race. Number 1, Just Call Me Doc, was 3rd. 2, Steel Reefer, 2nd. 3, Tobin's Native, was 5th and placed 4th. 4, Jaden's Magic Steel, the winner. 5, Mr. Riley, finished 4th and placed 5th for a pylon violation. Fractions for the record equaling mile, quarter 27 and 4, half 56 and 2, 3/4 124 and 2, and the mile, which equals the track pacing record for 3-year-old pacing colts here at Truro Raceway. Jaden's Magic Steel, 154 and 1/5. Top down, after the placings, your program should read 3-2-4-1-5. Second race, triactor combination of 4, 2, and 1, $13.40. The 4-2 exactor, $12.40. Coming in tonight's third race, it's the first leg of the Pick 5, and of course the Pick 5 starting fresh this evening. However, we do guarantee a $1,000 gross pool for the Pick 5. We do have changes in the third race. Number 1, Grin's Little Flirt. Driver change to Corey McPherson. Also the 5-entry Sunny Billion, bridle change, closed to open. And an additional chart line. Sunny Billion did race here yesterday on a fast track conditioned event. Now winners 451 last 5 from post 6. Sunny Billion finished 8th. Was defeated by 10 3/4 lengths. Was timed in 2 minutes and 1/5, and the driver was Gilles Barrio. The only other change that will affect the Pick 5, it is a scratch, and it is in race 6. Number 8, Black Electra, is sick. Post time for the third race, the first leg of today's Pick 5, in less than 10 minutes.
There you have it then, 10 minutes away from race number 3, and I'm going to go back and correct myself again for that second race. Mr. Riley it was. That was, I was saying Darren Crow was straight back on the 3, but no, it was Corey McPherson. He was straight back on the 5, Mr. Riley, and that was going to be a much improved performance by him. As mentioned, if he would have had the trip that Gilles had in the 2-hole, Mr. Riley could have been a winner there. So put a big circle around Mr. Riley for next time. He appears to have been much improved off of that trip. He was ready to pace a mile and 54 today. So Corey McPherson, Mr. Riley, circle that one up for next time. A wonderful looking colt son of Steelhead Hanover. And speaking of Corey, we are going to draw attention to the fact that he will be driving number 1, Grins Little Flirt, in place of Clayton Stevens. You can toss this Pacers last line out. I kind of liked her last time out, the 12-year-old. She had an inside post. She was going to get a great trip. She was interfered with just around the quarter mile. Grins Little Flirt, she is an early speed threat, and now with Corey McPherson catch driving, Grins Little Flirt, she's 17-1. She is very, very playable here in this upcoming third.
Yeah, I think you'll see the odds drop on her for sure coming up in the pick 5. And how about that pick 5 last night, Sugar? Almost $4,100 and a guaranteed $1,000 tonight.
Yeah, I mean, lots of play in that pick 5. I think there was close to $3,000 new money wagered on it. The carryover was $2,000. I know the track photographer at Truro, Kyle Burton, he was playing, and he came so close. And you know what? He didn't spend a whole lot. I believe he put his ticket up on Twitter. He spent $12. He thought it was going to cost him $24 to include the 3, a spoonful of sugar in that final leg. He didn't have enough in his account to play a $24 ticket. Turns out it was only going to cost him $18 to fire in a spoonful of sugar for Walter Chevry in that final leg. He could have played it that way for $18. He could have taken half the pool. As it stood, a lone winner, $4,100 payout. Likely the largest payout for a Truro race in years. $4,100 came back in a pick 5, and they're still going to guarantee this pick 5 pool at $1,000. So even if it doesn't get to $1,000 in wagering, you will be playing into a pool worth $1,000. So still, we're taking a shot on the dollar minimum pick 5 play coming up. As mentioned, Corey McPherson gets the catch driving assignment on board 1, Grins Little Flirt. As mentioned, she was interfered with last time out. She does have that early speed to work with. Been a long time since she's hit the winner's circle, but if there is a night, maybe tonight is the night. Corey McPherson on the 1, Grins Little Flirt. We have to draw attention to that. They'll be post parading here very soon, opening up as the even money favorite, number 4, Silent Rescue, Jason Hughes. The Blue Knight gets the catch driving call. So you know what? First turn, first quarter. It's going to be very interesting here as the horses step on track for the third. 6 minutes out.
Horses now on the track and on parade for today's third race. Leaving from post 1 will be Grins Little Flirt, owned by Clayton Stevens. Note the late driver change to Corey McPherson. Number 2 is Casimir Nunzio, Kerry Romeo driving for Caden Romeo. Don Ellis Abbott is the owner. Gilles Barrio will catch drive from post 3, Desert d'Orléans. From post 4, we find Silent Rescue, who's owned by Orly Beaumont. Jason Hughes aboard. Sunny Billion from post 5 has Darren Crow at the controls for the One Back Down stable. Kirk Paris owns and drives number 6, E.R. Quinn. He shares ownership with the CC Stables. And the CC Stables are the owners of 7, Mighty Mouse, Redmond Doucette, with the catch driving assignment. Post time for the third is in less than 5 minutes.
Now we're at 4 minutes, 4 minutes from the third. My top selection, I will stick to it here, number 5, Sunny Billion. Had a busy week here, racing July 13th and racing last evening as well. Finished well back behind them, but there was a start back in July 11th where Darren Crow had him perfectly spotted throughout to pace to a new lifetime best, 158 and 2. If he can find that kind of speed in here, I like his chances again. 3-1 currently on the 5 Sunny Billion.
And just another reminder on Sunny Billion, the equipment change on Sunny Billion going from a closed to an open, and that past performance line finished 8th last night. Joe Barrio driving, paced his own mile in 2 minutes and 1/5. Again, looking at some of the top contenders here in race number 3, and I like number 3, Desir d'Orleans, and Don Ellis Abbott, the owner, and Don has the training. Joe Barrio drives here this afternoon. 2 starts back, Walter Chevery aboard for that 2:01 and 1 trip. Gate to wire trip like the post here. Post 3 also drops down a class, so playing that angle, a little bit of the wager as well, taken right now on the 3 entry, sitting now at 7-5. 3 starts on the campaign, has that 1 win, and I like him with the improved post here from post 3 and Barrio, and you're getting 7-5 right now currently on the 3 entry.
Yeah, I like her chances too. I got her pegged for second here. Very playable
Yeah.
with Jill on board, and the early speed threat. As mentioned, though, Corey hops on the 1. I think this first turn, first quarter, it's going to be a beat down between more than a few of them in here.
Yeah, I think Corey's going to leave the gate good, and I think if we were able to call an audible here on our picks, Sugar might look seriously at number 1, especially at those odds currently sitting at 10-1 on Grin's Little Flirt, and the driver change to Corey McPherson.
Right now, we both got the 4-horse pegged as a player in here as well, both using number 4. Current fave on the board. Number 4, Silent Rescue. He got away really good there last time out. Then jumped a shadow going to the quarter mile. Jumped over a light pole shadow. I think he was going to be okay in there. The Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, will have him gunning on out of there, I'm thinking. I remember this horse racing in Alberta, and he always had some good early foot to him. You know what, though? Still going to draw attention to the fact that Corey McPherson is driving the 1, Grin's Little Flirt, and she's been going free-legged now. She's been going free-legged now for a while, and I noted on the post parade she's got the hopples back on, so maybe a little bit more reliable going into that first turn. Maybe expect to see her gunning on out of there, especially with the driver change to Corey. Grin's Little Flirt. I know she's got that early speed to work with, 7-1, so she keeps on dropping here. I don't think she's going to be a favorite at post time when they get away, but you know what? Still, at 7-1, big driver change. Corey McPherson gets a great shot now with Grin's Little Flirt to possibly lead off this pick 5 play.
And as we mentioned, the 4 entry, Silent Rescue. You had mentioned some early speed here, Sugar, and you look down all the way down the bottom of the program to this horse and shows a couple starts right off the front. So he gets a driver change here this afternoon to Jason Hughes from post position number 4. Also drops a class. So you've got to like this entry from post position number 4, 13-year-old teenage pacer, and gunning for his 34th career victory. And he's got Jason Hughes on board this afternoon from post position number 4, currently sitting at 8-5.
We're getting close here, almost post time for race 3. Start of the pick 5, a guaranteed $1,000 pool to chase after here. An outside chance for number 7, Mighty Mouse. Now, I remember her from her time in Ontario, and I had heard from horse people that had raced her. She was never a big fan of the heat. So, you know what? It's a warm day there in Truro. She's got an outside post to overcome. And 13-1, second longest shot of the board. Red Doucette had a couple of Inverness Invaders, veteran pacers in the winner's circle last night at Truro Raceway. He's part of the mix for the Driver of the Week award. And Red Doucette gets an outside chance. Mighty Mouse could find her way into the triactor, but you know what? The action continues. 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Wide open between those 5s in my mind.
Yeah, I threw the 7 in there, Sugar Mighty Mouse. I just went with the driver angle here with Red Doucette. He's a hot driver, first time up on a horse, and I know he does have the outside post, but looking for a little value here, and he is sitting well at 14-1 as the starters gather on the back stretch. And the next voice you'll hear picking them up is from track announcer Joe Kelly. He'll have the call of the third race coming up.
Third race entries are now moving in behind the Home Hardware Building Center starting gate. It's post time. Race number 3 on today's program. Top of the stretch has Grin's Little Flirt, Casimir Nunzio, Desert d'Orleans, Solid Rescue, Sunny Billion, E.R. Quinn, and Mighty Mouse. They're off and pacing. Desert d'Orleans is away quickly, also leaving the gate quickly as E.R. Quinn from the outside. Into the first turn, E.R. Quinn up alongside Desert d'Orleans as they battle for the lead, heading by the opening 8th. In behind them and pacing away in the 3 spot. As they continue into the backstretch for time 1 is Mighty Mouse. Then on the inside, looking at it from 4, is Grin's Little Flirt. They make their way past the quarter, and E.R. Quinn has taken charge, opening up by 3. Desert d'Orleans second. Then Casimir Nunzio inside and pacing out of the 4 spot. As they continue on to the 3/8 is Grin's Little Flirt. Then back to Solid Rescue, looking at it from 5. The trailing pair, Mighty Mouse and Sunny Billion, 27-4. Lively opening quarter as they race through the stretch. And near the half, it's E.R. Quinn still out there leading it by 3.5. Desert d'Orleans, the next closest pursuer, back at the rail. Casimir Nunzio looks at it from 3. First over now, here comes Solid Rescue up on the outside from 4. Then Grin's Little Flirt is sitting 5th at the rail. Then to the outside in 6 as they continue on to the backstretch. That is Sunny Billion. They were past the half, 57-1 on their way to 3/4. E.R. Quinn still setting sharp fractions as they approach the 3/4 mile mark. On the outside, that's Solid Rescue trying it first up. On the inside, Desert d'Orleans. E.R. Quinn now beginning to shorten strides. Outside, Silent Rescue is inching in second. Down at the rail, Desert d'Orleans pacing along third. To the outside goes Casimir Nunzio. 1:27 2/3. It's E.R. Quinn by a diminishing 3/4 of a length as they move off the top turn and straighten out for the stretch drive. Here comes Silent Rescue up on the outside. E.R. Quinn is still there. Silent Rescue. Desert d'Orleans. E.R. Quinn will dig in and win it. Silent Rescue second. It's close for third. Judges have lit the inquiry sign on the tote board. The mile went in 1:59 flat. Judges are looking at the unofficial winner, 6 E.R. Quinn. Possible pylon violation, top of the stretch.
And we'll see what happens with the inquiry involving number 6, E.R. Quinn. Well, what a gutsy effort off the front. Kirk Paris taking him right to the front here this afternoon, stepping in 27-4. He's at the quarter, half and 57-1. Still led the three-quarter 27-2, and Jason Hughes was coming strong with Silent Rescue on the outside, and he's right there second, and right there third as well, about 2 lengths off is the 3 entry. So unofficially 6-4-3 here in race number 3. But again, the inquiry does involve number 6, E.R. Quinn, here in the 3rd.
Right, they are going to take a close look at number 6, E.R. Quinn, rounding that final turn and into the stretch. Number 4, Silent Rescue, gutsy effort to finish second best. Mighty Mouse was getting home best of all. Red Doucette had that one right out on towards the grandstand side. Mighty Mouse flying late to be fourth into a slower final quarter. Trip tonight of a 159 flat. E.R. Quinn and Kirk Paris taking no prisoners.
Yeah, he's always been a tough horse off the front when he can get there, and he was pointed there today, and he's certainly a gutsy effort despite what happens here in the inquiry. And just wanted to send a special hello to Barb McNeil watching in St. John, New Brunswick this afternoon, enjoying the races.
You've got a shout out. I've got a shout out to Annie Chappell, and the Chappells are tuned in from Western Canada this afternoon. An earlier day for them out there, and as we await the result of this judge's inquiry, it appears they've made their decision. Joe Kelly.
Judges have determined that number 6, E.R. Quinn, did go inside of 2 pylons at the top of the stretch. However, he was not lapped on at the wire. Therefore, he was not in violation of the pylon rule.
And we'll have the winning presentation here in the winner's circle in just a moment for the winner here of race number 3. It's E.R. Quinn, and again, a gutsy effort for Kirk Paris right off the front here this afternoon, and just prevailing 159. And we'll have Joe Kelly in the winning circle presentation here in just a moment here in race number 3.
Operating back into victory lane is the winner of race number 3, the Harris Laffin Memorial Pace. Number 6 on your program, E.R. Quinn. He's a 9-year-old gelding by Total Truth, owned by Kirk Paris of Halifax in the CC stables of Middle Sackville. Trained by Chris Coben, driven to victory today by Kirk Paris. E.R. Quinn pacing in 159 flat. The 3rd race in memory of the late Harris Laffin, who raced many horses over the years at the Halifax Commons, Sackville Downs, and also here at Truro Raceway. He passed along his passion for the harness racing game down the line, as many generations of the Laffin family are still involved in the sport today.
This race replay brought to you by Summerside Toyota.
Here's the official rundown from race 3. Number 1, Grin's Little Flirt was 7th. 2, Casimir Nunzio 6th. 3, Desert Orleans 3rd. 4, Solid Rescue 2nd. 5, Sunny Billion 5th. 6, ER Quinn was the winner. And 7, Mighty Mouse finished 4th. 27-4 was the quarter. The half, 57-1. 3 quarters, 127-2. And the mile for ER Quinn, 159 flat. Top down, your card is 763-2514. Third race, Triactors 643, $113.10. Exactors 64, $27.90. The early double 4-6 combination, $19.50. Coming up in race 4, no changes to report in the 4th race. They'll go behind the gate in 11 minutes.
Ten minutes to post time. The upcoming 4th race is next. Conditioned event, Mapo's Lion trying to double up for the Claire McDonald barn. Kenny McDonald stays on to drive, got along so well with that 4-year-old son of Sunshine Beach in his latest that he'll stay on to drive and off a lifetime best, 156-2. The reason you see this one opening up at 1-9. Getting word that veteran horseman from Truro, Phil Pinkney, is tuned in and watching from home today. So Phil Pinkney, one of the nicest gentlemen I've had the pleasure of meeting. It was years ago at Summerside Raceway, but you know what? Phil Pinkney goes way back, and the Rev Your Engine, winning that Gold Cup and Saucer in the mud against Angel Shadow, one of my favorite races to go back and watch and listen to, and what a trip by Rev Your Engine. The Dunashton Gale, one of my favorite pacers. You know what? Phil Pinkney's done lots over the years in the Maritimes, hey?
Oh, boys, he was so good with young horses, and Paul Langell has learned a lot from him, and he certainly has learned a lot from Phil. But Phil, one of the nicest guys you could ever meet in harness racing in the Maritimes for sure.
Right on. Happy to have you along for the ride this evening. Phil Pinkney watching from home. Enjoy your evening with the horses here at Truro Raceway, brought to you by Universum Media. I'm Sugar Doyle, based out of Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Scott Waddell is in Moncton, New Brunswick, broadcasting live here as we go about 8 minutes away from race number 4. And if you did play in to the Pick 5 pool tonight that began in race number 3, you got a value player to start it off, E.R. Quinn. Wires them up there for Kirk Paris at 5-1. You have played into a pool guaranteed at $1,000. Best of luck the rest of the way if you went with E.R. Quinn in that opening leg. 4th race up and coming, the heaviest. Action continues on number 1, Mapo's Lion. Kenny McDonald staying on and comes in off that lifetime best. A rail advantage, but you know what? I'd probably tend to... Well, I'd kind of rather see him leave from the outside because braking issues in the early going, the rail advantage does not do much for you with a horse that has a habit of making a miscue in the early going. So I'd rather see this horse leaving outside. I'm thinking you're going to see Kenny using the kid gloves with this horse going into the first turn.
Yeah, he's got a clean line to work with is one thing, but you're right. For a breaking horse, certainly sometimes the one position, even on a half-mile track, does not favor a breaking horse. So we'll see how he makes out, though. The betting public all over this horse at 1-9, and for good reason. 56-2 that last trip, so impressive, and Kenny was on board for that occasion. So he's a 1-9 chalk here so far early on here in race number 4.
Awaiting a post parade here of race number 4. We've been offering shout outs to a few of our guests tuning in and watching from home, wherever you're playing from, wherever you're watching from. We're glad you're with us tonight. You can download a free program at hbibet.com. You can watch and wager, of course, on that site. Brewsters at OTB there in Nova Scotia. Shout out to those tuned in and turned on to the action here. You're watching the final evening of Atlantic Grand Circuit Week at Truro Raceway in Nova Scotia. The post parade is next.
Parade marshals Haley Cody and Emily Hines leading the field forward here for the 4th race. And here's the starters. Number 1 is Mappa's Lion, owned by Carol Campbell, with Kenny McDonald driving. Inland Beach from post 2 has Paul Langell driving for Dana Ghetto. June Bug's Baby from post 3. Jason Hughes catch drives for Rick Beaumont Jr. Andrea and Ryder Matthews Renison are the owners of 4 Distinctive Rusty. Redmond Doucette in the seat. Andrea Renison and Ryder Matthews Renison also hold the ownership papers on 5 Electric Sill. Gilles Barrio will do the driving. Paul Treves for Tracy McQuaid's Salzbrook Flicka from post 6. Zachary and Helen Landry, along with Charles O'Connor, are the owners. Andy Campbell will drive. Number 7, Don't Stand in My Way. Post time for the 4th in 4 minutes.
4 minutes, as Joe Kelly says. Track announcer Joe Kelly, fine job all week long. He'll have the call for race number 4 coming up in about 4 minutes. It's the Atlantic Dream Stable. Support the IWK and pick your champions of the Atlantic Harness Racing season for 2021. Only $20 for a great cause. Added excitement to this year's stake season as well. If you happen to be over at Truro, look up Cam McPhee. Cam McPhee, you can provide your entry to Cam in person this evening. Entries close tomorrow, June 18th. You have to have your entries in for the Atlantic Dream Stable by tomorrow. And again, if you happen to be in Truro this evening, you can pull Cam McPhee aside and give your entries to him in person.
And a look at our top choice here in race number 4, Sugar Mappo's Lion. We talked about him a little bit earlier, that impressive mile in his last trip, 156 and 2, and he's still the heavy favorite here at 1-9. Like you said, has made a couple breaks. Looking down your program, he does have the inside post, and not always an advantage for a horse that makes the odd break. So it'll be interesting to see. Gets off the gate here from post position number 1, but he's got the speed, and he showed it in his last outing, 156 and 2 for trainer Claire McDonald. Kenny McDonald driving for owner Carol Campbell of Badek.
Right on. Mappo's Lion showing 2 seconds and then some, more than the others in this race.
Yeah.
He just has to mind his manners, get through that opening turn, and look for some open road. Mappo's Lion, the heavy favorite, likely to continue here. Number 3, June Bug's Baby, making the season debut, a 64-time winner. Goes out for Don Kennedy. Jason Hughes, the Blue Knight, gets the call to drive, and I've got a message to pass along here. Mike Ellsworth saying Justin Turnbull is watching from home, watching and cheering on June Bug's Baby here in the upcoming 4th.
Yeah, he's been a classy veteran. I've watched this horse race since his stake season, and hard to believe that he's up to almost 65 lifetime wins. But what a classy horse. He is off a qualifier. Getting good odds on the old fella, though. 8-1 right now, and he's got some good early gate speed. So we'll see if Jason Hughes fires him off the gate at first asking here in his first start back from post position number 3. And Distinctive Rusty Sugar, we've both gone to him for second here. The 10-year-old son of Ram Baron for trainer George Renison. Doucette on board for Andrea Renison, rider Matthews Renison. And this is a classy fella. He's down a class. He's got post 4. And like you say, Redmond Doucette, he can drive one. And he's got a lot of drive right here. And horse number 4, Distinctive Rusty, post 5, and you're getting 8-5 on him currently here in race 4.
Right, we mentioned maybe kid gloves in the first turn for the one Maples line.
Yeah.
There'll be no kid gloves on for June Bugs Baby. There'll be no kid gloves on for Distinctive Rusty as well. Red Doucette will be firing this one. He was much better over Summerside, I found in his latest. He sat the 2-hole, couldn't win it. Just faded to third, going still a mile on 58-3. For me, that could be good enough to be seconds against these, and that's where the horse players have him right now. Second choice, 9-5 on an early speed threat in Distinctive Rusty.
And a tender in here, horse number 2, Land Beach. Sugar, I think you've gone to him for third on your ticket. And Dano Ghetto, on the horse number 2 in Land Beach, down class, daughter of Sunshine Beach, and finished 4th last start. And paced a mile in 2 minutes and 4/5. A winner before that, 2:02 and 4. Paul Langell in the bike, and if you look down the program, pretty consistent horse. Has hit the board in all 3 parimutuel starts so far this year. Has post number 2 and getting some good odds there for you, Sugar. You like her for third, and she's going off right now at 16-1.
Yeah, the price is right on this mare, the North Side Shipper. I'm expecting more from this one. Paul Langell on board. Now training as well for Data Ghetto of New Waterford, Nova Scotia. She's a 4-time winner. She does have the victory there, 2 back. Looks like she grind her way into the winner's circle back on July 3rd over a good track at Northside. Truro, of course, much quicker than Northside, and especially on this day where the sun is out, the track is lightning fast. 14-1 value, number 2, Inland Beach. Do not be afraid to play this one in the exactor and tries.
And no change up top the leaderboard in the KDP Driver Award for Atlantic Grand Circuit Week. Still have a 5-way tie between Jill Barrio, Redmond Doucette, who sees action in this race with Distinctive Rusty. Also, Darren Crow has 2, Mark Campbell 2 as well, and Adam Murner sits with 2. So we have 5 drivers going into this race tied for the KDP Driver Award for Atlantic Grand Circuit Week. Not much time left here in race number 4. They're starting to gather on the backstretch. If you wish any part of this 4th race, Exactor along with Triactor, Win Place, and show betting on this, the 4th race.
Horses appear to be taking a turn now. Taking a turn here for race number 4. That means the windows are still open and selling. The action continues on race favorite number 1, Maples Lion. Can he get through that opening turn without a miscue? If he does, he'll be very tough to beat in here. 56-2 lifetime best in his latest. There is still some solid action there for number 4, Distinctive Rusty. Red Doucette picks up the catch drive, a 3-2 currently. There's an outside chance for number 7, Don't Stand in My Way. Was in for the trip last time out. Before that, first up for a long ways to just miss in 58-3, Don't Stand in My Way for Andrew Campbell, who's already been in the winner's circle this afternoon back in race number 1. A 4-1 third choice, race number 4. He'll be getting set to line up here. Track announcer Joe Kelly with the call for race number 4.
And it appears we're set to go here for race number 4. And the next voice you'll hear is the track announcer for Truro Raceway, Mr. Joe Kelly. He'll have the call of race number 4 here on this afternoon of racing for Atlantic Grand Circuit Week.
It's post time for the 4th race. Home Hardware Building Center starting gate is moving. Kirk Paris, please contact the paddock office. Kirk Paris. Just a note for patrons on track. We just notified that the tote board seems to be cycling between 2 tracks. We're working on the issue. Race 4, top of the stretch. Mappa's Lion, Inland Beach, Junebug's Baby, Distinctive Rusty, Electric Sill, Salzburg Flicka, and Don't Stand in My Way. They are off and pacing. Junebug's Baby away quickly. Inland Beach also leaving alertly. And on the outside, Distinctive Rusty. Down on the inside, Mappa's Lion comes away in the 4 spot. Grabbing a seat in 5, that's Electric Sill. Back in 6, Salzburg Flicka. And the early trailer is Don't Stand in My Way. They enter the backstretch for the first time, and they're led by Junebug's Baby. Outside, Distinctive Rusty is parked and driving second. Inside, Inland Beach has gotten away third. Unhurried at the rail, Mappa's Lion racing along in the 4 spot. Then Electric Sill holds down 5, gap of 2 back to Salzburg Flicka in 6. And Don't Stand in My Way is the 7th and trailing one. They make their way past the 3/8 and taking over the lead. That was Distinctive Rusty, but here comes Mappa's Lion. Now quickly coming to call on the outside. They were past that opening quarter in 28 3/5 seconds. Mappa's Lion on the outside. Now clearing the lead, giving way is Distinctive Rusty outside, uncovered now. Inland Beach pacing third. Inside is Junebug's Baby from 4 to the outside now from 5. That is Electric Sill. They continue on to the backstretch for the final time. The half 57-2. And it is Mappa's Lion by a length and a half on Distinctive Rusty outside. Inland Beach is pacing along third. At the rail, a locked up Junebug's Baby is pacing 4th. Second over in 5. That's Electric Sill, the trailing pair, Salzburg Flicka and Don't Stand in My Way. But Mappa's Lion is looking strong out front and is opening up on the lead. Is cleared now by 3.5. Distinctive Rusty trying to keep pace second. Down to the inside, racing third, Inland Beach. They have an 8th to come. 1:27 was the 3/4, and Mappa's Lion easily with the lead as they turn down the lane for the final time. It's all Mappa's Lion here in the 4th race. We'll report home a 4-length winner, finishing second, Distinctive Rusty. Inland Beach holding for third. The mile in 1:56 3/5.
And there you see Kenny McDonald in the home stretch with Mappa's Lion after roaring to the top. Just past the quarter pole on way to the half. And you see them coming off the turn for home. Mappa's Lion well in hand here. Quarter 28-3. He took over just past that station. The half 57-2. He was on cruise control the rest of the way. 3/4 127. And as Joe said, about a 4-length winner here. And the mile in 156 and 3. Just a tick of a second off equaling his lifetime best. But tons the best here in race number 4, Mappo's Lion and Ken McDonald. He's now 3 for 5 on the season, and he'll be back in the winner's circle in a short bit here in race number 4, Mappo's Lion.
Right, Mappo's Lion just waited for the dust to settle at the quarter mile. They battled going there. Junebug's Baby against Distinctive Rusty, and after that quarter mile of 28 and 3, Ken made that winning move going up towards 3/8. And you know what? If you made a wager on Mappo's Lion at the quarter mile, you'd be thinking, yeah, he's gonna jog in here, because early speed battle took the sting out of Distinctive Rusty, and Junebug's Baby on the return. 1, 4, 2, and 5. It's the top 4 unofficial. Kenny McDonald getting along well with Mappo's Lion. 4th race winner's circle coming up.
Back in victory lane, the 4th race winner, number 1, Mappo's Lion, 4-year-old bay gelding by Sunshine Beach out of the Presidential Ball Dam Pacific Playmate. By Carol Campbell of Quebec, Nova Scotia. Trained by Claire McDonald and driven by Kenny McDonald. Mappo's Lion pacing in 156 and 3/5. Cooler in the 4th race, presented in memory of the late Theodore McLeod, who was a long-time horse hunter from Westville, who raced several horses over the years here at Truro Raceway and carrying on the tradition. And Theodore's love for the game today are his grandson, trainer George, and great-grandson, driver, rider Matthews Runnison. Winner of the Theodore McLeod Memorial Pace, Mappo's Lion, in 156 and 3. Here's how they finished in the 4th race. Number 1, Mappo's Lion was the winner. 2, Inland Beach 3rd. 3, Junebug's Baby 7th. 4, Distinctive Rusty was 2nd. 5, Electric Sill 4th. 6, Salzbrook Flicka 5th. And 7, Don't Stand in My Way was 6th. The mile, 28 and 3 was the quarter. 57 and 2 was the half. 3/4, 127. The mile, 156 and 3. Top down, your card should read 1372456. 4th race, Triactor 142, returned $25.70. The 1-4 Exactor $5.10. Race 5 up and coming. It's the Atlantic Sire Stakes B Division for 3-year-old pacing colts. There are no changes in the 5th race. Post time in 10 minutes. Again, for on-track patrons, please be advised that we are experiencing some tote board issues. Tote board is cycling between 2 different racetracks. You may want to disregard the odds and pools that you are seeing on occasion on the tote board.
Moving right along now, race 5 up and coming. It's a B Division Atlantic Sire Stakes for the 3-year-old pacing colts. They're up next. Exactor Try, Win Play Show wagering race number 5. And 2 more shout-outs. Christina Gillis tuned in from Ontario. We'll be cheering on her boy, Harry G. That'll go behind the gate from an outside post in race number 9. Track photographer Kyle Burton, I'm told every race, no matter the weather, he captures all the glory of the horses winning races at Truro. And you know what? Not just winners, he captures some fantastic photos. Yeah, an award-winning photographer, of course, yes. And you know what?
Most definitely.
He does some great work with his camera, not only at Truro Raceway. He's been to Old Home Week plenty. I've met up with Kyle and hung out, and he does some great work. So shout out to Kyle, who does a fantastic job looking after the track photography there at Truro Raceway. Bill Andro, Meridian Farms West, tuned in as well, offering up some nice words. Universal Media providing the show here for Truro Raceway this evening. I'm Sugar Doyle, based out of Charlottetown, PEI. Scott Waddell out of Moncton, New Brunswick, with us for this evening's race card. 8 minutes away from race number 5, Scott.
Yep, 5th race coming up, and the division of the B Colts in Atlantic Sire Stakes action. We have 8 minutes to post coming up for the 5th race, and no change in the KDP Driver Award standings. We still have 5 drivers with 2 wins each, and they are Gilberto, Redmond Doucette, Darren Crow, Mark Campbell, and Adam Murner. And Mark Campbell has won in the next race, Sugar, and he happens to be the odds-on favorite so far on the tote board with Fern Hill Flight. He picks up the catch drive for trainer Cyril McDonald, and Mark has the inside post to work with, and he was a bang-up second in his start.
He was. Last time out, he was good second, coming from well back on a good track over at Truro. They're stepping out for a post parade. Mark Campbell on the 1, Fern Hill Flight, the early action. Joe Kelly with the call of the post parade.
Three-year-old B pacing colts are now on the track and on parade for today's 5th race. Post 1 is Fern Hill Flight over the Hardy Mill Stable, and Ken Hardy with Mark Campbell catch driving. Claire McDonald drives from post 2, Dusty Lane Morgan. He's owned by Ian Tate and Riley Farms Limited. From post 3 is Western Normie, owned by Norm Atkinson, Darren Crow driving. Number 4 is East Coast Mariner. Todd Sutherland owns, Redmond Doucette drives. Gilberto gets the call on 5, Widmer Tesla for Jeff and Bob Skinner, along with Daniel Hiltz. And from post 6, that's Widmer Alvin with Corey McPherson driving for Mike Pollard. Post time for the B division of the 3-year-old colts is in 5 minutes.
Another division of Atlantic Sire Stakes for 3-year-old pacing colts coming up. It's a B division for a purse of $3,000. The favorite continues to be number 1, Fern Hill Flight. I'm going another way in here. I'm going with the third choice currently, that being number 2, Dusty Lane Morgan. I think he can toss that Park Out Mile in his latest. Capable of handling this field with his 157 kind of speed. I've seen it a few times throughout his program lines. A 3-year-old son of a Maripan Gigolo. Again, Park Out Trouble last time out. No love, no room at the inn for Claire MacDonald with Dusty Lane Morgan. Still waiting to hit the winner's circle. This season he's been third from 3 outings. Again, it does show a trip at 57-4 when trying to go downtown 2 starts ago from a 5-hole. Gets an inside post to work with. I'm not sure there's a whole lot of early speed with that one horse in Fern Hill Flight. So Dusty Lane Morgan, hoping for a better trip, hoping to see this one show up in the winner's circle for Claire MacDonald. You're getting 3-1.
Yeah, good odds at 3-1, and like you say, couple starts back there, pace a mile in 57-4, and that might be enough to win this race in that type of time frame. And in this race, I went though to number 1 Fern Hill Flight. I like the driver change to Mark Campbell. David Dowling drove him last time and ran into a little bit of traffic early on. Had to swing 3 wide up at the 3/4 pole and just beat a neck to Havarti. And we see Nova Scotia Beach, who finished 3rd in that race last week, and he had a big win last night in 57 and change. So Fern Hill Flight, I like him with Mark Campbell on the board, and he's currently the second choice, sitting at 6-5. And Sugar the Bettor's liking the 6-horse Woodmere Alvin, the free-legged pacer for owner Mike Pollard. Mike McGuigan trains, and Corey McPherson picks up the drive from post 6. And I know you like him for second as well as I do as well.
Yeah, he could be an exactor factor with this field. 3-year-old son of Roll with that Harry. Mike McGuigan trained. Corey McPherson driven tonight. We saw Corey earlier straight back on a colt. Just ran out of room turning for home, and it just didn't work out for him in there. But he's got a great shot here with number 6, Woodmere Alvin, yet to win in 2021. Outside post to overcome. I'm not seeing this one with a whole lot of early speed, but any fast fractions could set it up for him. He's scoring down well. Maybe Corey will try the go button off the wings of the starting gate here. He's a great-looking, slick, free-legged pacer. You're looking at Woodmere Alvin, a second choice for both myself and Scott here. 7-5 currently, and he looks fine.
Yeah, he sure does. Another one to watch in here is number 5, Woodmere Tesla, and that's from the Danny Romo stable for owners Jeff and Robert Skinner. And Danny Romo trained. Gil Berrio picks up the catch drive. An impressive winner last start. Closed very, very well. Last quarter, 28-4. Romo was on board that day. Drove away by 5.5 lengths. So comes off that nice win, leaving from post 5 here. And again, Berrio sitting currently at the odds board 11-1. So a nice shot for number 5, Woodmere Tesla and Gil Berrio from post 5, and currently still at 11-1.
Yeah, I kind of stayed off of this colt, 3-year-old son of Steelhead Hanover. Yet another Steelhead going postward here. Yeah. And Woodmere, we've seen lots from the Woodmere Farms Indigo last night in stakes action. It's a strong name for decades in Atlantic Sire Stakes action, Woodmere. Number 5, Woodmere Tesla. First crack at stakes competition here. We'll have to step it up a second or two. He's going to have to find here off his maiden victory of 59-4. I'm figuring race number 5, the speed capabilities here, some of them showing 56, 57. Woodmere Alvin, I found the line from June 5th over Charlottetown, 56-4, final quarter 28-1. Even shows a mile in Truro and Maritime Breeders mid-October last season of 56-2. So Woodmere Alvin, more than capable of going a quick mile in here. So I'm going to stay with my 2-6-1 is the way I have it. Maybe box those three up, but you could be right. Woodmere Tesla, though, he'll have to step it up here to get anything better than what I have him pegged as a fourth-place finisher with this group. Getting a final look here with number 1, that being a Fernhill Flight. Mark Campbell up on board this one today, and 6-5 favorite status continues on this one. Much improved post position. Last time he had the rail, Kirk Paris set him all the way to win 11 months ago over Truro in 1:58. So you know what? Doesn't show a lot of gate speed in any of his program lines since then. Back to a rail here, where he took his lifetime best from August 20th, 2020 over Truro. Fernhill Flight could be the one.
Yeah, he's got Mark Campbell aboard too, 7-5, and just slightly your top choice here in race number 5, and the odds dropping on horses 3 and 4. The 3 horse currently at 11-1, and the 4, East Coast Mariner and Redmond Doucette, in the hunt for the KDP Driver Award of the week. He's got a bit of a long shot here, though, with number 4, East Coast Mariner, currently longest shot at the board, 16-1 on the 4.
All right, we are getting close here. It's a field of 6 noses, all on gate for Atlantic Sire Stakes action. It's a 3-year-old colt pace, B division for a purse of $3,000. Action continuing on 1, 2, and 6. Number 5, a Woodmere Tesla, taking a little more action here as we get closer to post time. She's now at 7-2. Gilles Berriot gets the call for Danny Romo and the Skinners.
Again, we ask that on-track patrons please disregard the odds posted on the infield tote board. They are not the current Truro Raceway odds. Please disregard the tote board as far as the odds are concerned. Home Hardware Building Center starting gate, now moving up into position for the 5th race. It's post time. Race number 5 of the afternoon. Atlantic Sire Stake B Division. 3-year-old pacing colts, purse $3,000. Fernhill Flight, Dusty Lane Morgan. Western Normie, East Coast Mariner, Woodmere Tesla, and Woodmere Alvin. They are off and pacing. Western Normie and Dusty Lane Morgan are quickest off the wings of the gate as they race into the first turn. Dusty Lane Morgan will take top spot as they head by the opening 8th. Western Normie will take the tuck in the pocket second outside. Woodmere Alvin on the limb, advancing third, now second, and driving up after the lead as they approach the opening quarter. Outside, Woodmere Alvin on the outside, looking to wrestle the lead away from Dusty Lane Morgan. Down on the inside, Western Normie gets away third, opening up a gap back to 4th. That's East Coast Mariner. Then back in 5, Woodmere Tesla, and the early trailer as they continue on over to the 3/8 is Fernhill Flight. They continue single file as the colts race off the top turn and into the stretch now for the first time as they near the half. And Woodmere Alvin is loose on the lead, out there by 4. Trying to tighten up is Dusty Lane Morgan second. Then Western Normie holds down the 3 spot back in 4. That is Woodmere Tesla. Opening quarter was in 28 seconds flat. The half in a blistering 55 and 4/5 seconds. Out front, it's Woodmere Alvin on a hot lead as they race on down the backstretch onto the 3/4 mile mark. Woodmere Alvin racing free-legged today. He seems to like it as they race on past the 3/4 mile mark, and Woodmere Alvin is safe on the lead by some 5 lengths. Only Dusty Lane Morgan appears to have a shot here, but he's dropping back 3/4, 124 and 2. Unbelievable. The B division as they race past the 7/8 and off the top turn. Woodmere Alvin going the trip of his life, no doubt, on down the lane. Oh, Woodmere Alvin, impressive in a free-legged victory here for Woodmere Alvin. Well back second, Dusty Lane Morgan, and third, Woodmere Tesla. We've just seen the fastest mile ever paced here at Truro Raceway by a 3-year-old colt. Woodmere Alvin, 1:53 and 2/5.
And wow, just witnessing history here at Truro Raceway as Corey McPherson turns on the jets, and he turned them on early here with Woodmere Alvin cutting the quarters 28.55 and 4 3/4, 124 and 2. Remember, this is a B division, and Corey just sitting motionless in the bike, and 153 and 2. I think he knew he had a good trip here going, and asking him late in the mile here, 153 and 2, fastest mile ever at Truro Raceway by a 3-year-old, and he does it in the B division. What an impressive mile, 153 and 2, and wins by about a tote board and a half here in race number 5. What an impressive trip, Sugar.
You bet. Track announcer Joe Kelly said this colt was impressive. Joe Kelly, impressive as well, saying this colt went the trip of his life. Of course he did. I get looking through his lines, did show a 56 and 2 trip over Truro last October. And, you know, we watched him score down. After seeing him score through that first turn, I thought to myself, Corey's leaving with this one today. And sure enough, he did clear. Had thoughts of taking him by that quarter mile. It just wasn't going to happen, though. They stepped 28 to the quarter, then 27 and 4 through the next, and it was lights out for the rest of them. Woodmere Alvin, the trip of his life to pace to a new track record, 153 and 2 for the 3-year-old pacing colts. Looks like a 6-2-5 unofficial.
Back in victory lane, the fastest 3-year-old pacer ever here at Truro Raceway. Number 6, Woodmere Alvin. Pig-headed son of Roll It Harry out of the Modern Art Dam. A Little Easter Magic was bred by Bruce Wood of Marshfield PEI. Owned by Mike Pollard of Stratford PEI. Mike McGuigan is the trainer. Corey McPherson with the catch drive this afternoon. The catch drive of his life, Woodmere Alvin. Impressive. Without the hobbles, first time, 153 and 2, a new track record here at Truro Raceway for 3-year-old pacing colts. Here's how they finished in the 5th race. Number 1, Fernhill Flight was 4th. 2, Dusty Lane Morgan 2nd. 3, Western Normie 6th. 4, East Coast Mariner 5th. 5, Woodmere Tesla 3rd. 6, Woodmere Alvin the winner. Fractions for the track record setting mile. The quarter 28. The half 55 and 4. 3/4 124 and 2. And the mile, a new track record for 3-year-old pacing colts. Woodmere Alvin 153 and 2/5. Top down 426 531. 5th race try 625 4290. The 6-2 exactor $9.80. Race 6 up and coming. Number 8 Black Electra has been scratched. The entry is sick. Post time for race 6 in 10 minutes.
Nine minutes away from race number 6, just about halfway through our race card. We've got 11 races on tap, a stacked race card. 3-year-old pacing colts, Atlantic Sire Stakes action. We've got the 8 pacing Mirror Series. We've got that Lindsay Construction Cup Invitational in the finale. It's our final card of Atlantic Grand Circuit Week out of Truro Raceway in Nova Scotia. I'm Sugar Doyle with Universum Media Studios Charlottetown. With us on the card, Scott Waddell out of Moncton, New Brunswick. You know what? B Division stake, as Joe mentioned, 153 and 2 Woodmere Alvin. We did not see that one coming.
No, we didn't, Sugar. I've never seen anything like that in my lifetime of watching horse racing. B Division to set a track record on Speedy Afternoon at Truro Raceway, and Corey McPherson, that horse had the hobbles off, and I think they found the secret formula to him, and we're going to see him take the step up to back up to the A Division for his next outing. And you know, he's going to be a definite player if he can go a mile like that again. He's going to have to tangle with the big boys again. But what an impressive trip, 53 and 2.
Yeah, well done, trainer Mike McGuigan, for owner Mike Pollard of Stratford, the breeder Bruce Wood of Woodmere Farms, Marshfield, Prince Edward Island, Corey McPherson with the catch driving assignment. It's not showing it through the program lines in the program that would have been Corey's first drive behind Woodmere Alvin. Very possible, but they got along well. 53 and 2. 3 seconds off his lifetime best. It was 56 and 2 as a 2-year-old over Truro last season. Alrighty, upcoming race 6, a conditioned event, and the action right now, it's on the 7, and I figured it would be Johnny Walker Deluxe. He was a beaten favorite last time out. He was only going to pay $270 to win had he got the job done last time out, but to me it looked like they were just looking for that clean line. Johnny Walker Deluxe made a break the start before that, coming through the stretch. He was going a big one over the good track on that occasion. He's been a favorite in 3 of his last 4. The outside chance for Emmons McKay with Johnny Walker Deluxe coming up. 1-9 though. Oh boy, how do you go there?
Pretty
right?
low.
Yeah. Give us your thoughts on the program so far and race 6 coming up.
Well, I mean, you got to like Johnny Walker Deluxe from the outside. He does have that clean line to work with. 2 starts back there, made a dirty break in the home stretch, and looked to be a good part of the ticket, but ended up with that break, and he's got the clean line. Paced a mile on 57 and 3, but 1-9 I think is a little bit too low, I think, Sugar, on this horse.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you completely. 1-9 from a 7-hole. That's a tough post to overcome. Gord
definitely.
Blanchard, sitting in London, tuned in for the races here at Truro. Gord and Jerry, glad to have you with us on board. Of course, parents of Greg Blanchard, who's well known in racing circles all over North America. Post parade here for race number 6, Truro Raceway.
The field is now on track and parading for race 6. Number 1, Electra Express, owned by Brody Ellis and Madeline Ellis Abbott with Mark Campbell aboard. East Wardo Fun is the 2, owned by Gigi Stone and Max Stable. Claire McDonald will get the catch drive. Kidham Image from post 3, owned by Calvin Eisner, Carl Eisner aboard. Craig Carey, Ron Garland, and Dave Carey are the owners. Craig will drive from post 4, Lady in Paradise. Number 5 in the field is Catch 22, with Darren Crow in the driver's seat for William Shearer, Sonny Seitman, and Charlie Piper. Leslie and Linda Parker share ownership on 6, Godrow Machine, Kenny Parker Jr. driving. Johnny Walker Deluxe from post 7 is owned and driven by Emmons McKay. Emmons shares ownership with Paul Smith. The 8 entry has been scratched. Post time for race 6 in 5 minutes.
Action continues on number 7, Johnny Walker Deluxe here. He opened at 1-9. Now he's up to 3-5. Emmons McKay on board, and as we mentioned, had that clean line last time out. He appeared to be going for that last time out. I'm expecting to see a big effort tonight. If he can mind his manners, he can rough it. Johnny Walker Deluxe, a top selection for myself. You're going elsewhere, Scott.
Yeah, I've gone. He's got to win a race here shortly. Mark Campbell again. I like him here with post position number 1. He used to have this mare, actually, Electra Express, and Jeff Ellis actually trains the 7-year-old daughter of Western Paradise, and she's got a lifetime mark of 53, taking over a 5/8 track, but 25 lifetime wins, looking for her 26th, and she's creeping up as getting almost down to the favorite on the tote board right now. Electra Express with Mark Campbell. The sulky drove her 2 starts back and was a winner right off the front. Has the inside post to her advantage here this afternoon, Sugar. So I like her from post 1, sitting right now at 4-5.
Yeah, Electra Express with the rail advantage in here. Does have that early speed to work with as well. Mark Campbell stays on for the drive. Electra Express, 7-year-old daughter of Western Paradise, 57-1 time in her latest. Mark Campbell was a winner with this one 2 back on July 2nd. 4-5 right now. Puts her right there as a co-favorite, really, with Johnny Walker Deluxe on that outside post. I've used this one for second. Worth a look with these. As, another rail threat today. Beware of Electra Express. Race 6, 2 minutes.
And another top contender in here, we both put her in our ticket, is number 4, another free-legged pacer, Lady in Paradise. And this 5-year-old daughter of Western Paradise for David Floyd Carey and Craig Carey and Ron Garland. And David does the training. Craig aboard this 5-year-old daughter of Western Paradise, a winner in her last start. Look at that trip, 156-3. She may have another trip like that in her today, and she does move up in class, but right now going off at high odds, 21-1 right now, 23-1 now. actually on number 4, Lady in Paradise, Sugar, and we've both made her part of the ticket here from post 4.
Yeah, she was really good last time out when leaving from the rail. The veteran driver, trainer, co-owner Dave Carey was on board tonight. It's Craig Carey driving Lady and Paradise, another free-legged pacer, 56-3 last time, and I was surprised to see her go away, pay $230 on the win ticket, getting a long shot price on this one tonight. Lady and Paradise. The rail last time out, leaving from the center of the gate. I think she's just gonna try and work out a trip here. Post 4 with the speed to her left. I know that Kidam Image has some early speed to work with. Electra Express on the rail. So, you know what? If this 4-horse Lady in Paradise, if she can sit 3 or 4, she's definitely capable of finishing in the top 3. I'm going to stick with my top selection, though, that being number 7, Johnny Walker Deluxe. I'm expecting a big trip on this Atlantic Grand Circuit week. Emmons McKay, he's done a lot on the big weeks in Truro in the past, and he's got a great shot here and an outside chance with Johnny Walker Deluxe, a 5-year-old son of Better Than Cheddar. Some late action. Late action comes in now on number 2, East Wardho Fun. Claire MacDonald driving this one, an inside post to work with an Inverness shipper, and that's some pretty good speed, 59 last time out for number 2, East Wardho Fun. Again, it's Claire MacDonald picking up the drive for the Inverness shipper. We've seen a couple of veteran pacers come in from Inverness last evening and win.
Yeah, big drop on that horse. And also Kidam Image, number 3, recently moving to the Calvin Eisner stable. And first start for him, up a bit of a class here, but 9-2. And look down his program. He has been an ultra-consistent horse for young Jacob Sweetover in Prince Edward Island, and ultra-competitive mare. She's got post number 3 and some late money on her as well. She's now sitting at 9-2 from post 3. Number 3, Kidam Image.
I guess we could make this your final call. Final call for wagering on race 6 of 11 at Truro Raceway.
I'd like to remind the horse people here at the track if they'd please refrain from coming onto the racetrack following the completion of the 6th race until cleared to do so, as we are going to introduce the Lindsay Cup Kids after race 6.
Final chance here in race number 6 to pick up a pari-mutuel ticket on this, the 6th race, exact or triactor, win, place, and show betting. And the slight favorite on the odds board right now, and keeps dropping, the 2 entry, the Invader from Port Hood, Nova Scotia, at 7-5 odds from post position number 2. And right there, Electra Express, 2-1 odds with Mark Campbell to the inside, and Johnny Walker Deluxe, Sugar's top pick, still taking some good money there, sitting right now at 9-5 as they're gathering on the backstretch here for race number 6 and getting set to go to the starting gate. And the next voice you'll hear is our track announcer, Joe Kelly, and he'll have the call of race number 6 coming up.
The 6th race entries have been called in by the starter. Home Hardware Building Center starting gate is moving. Race number 6 of the afternoon, Electra Express, East Warto Fun, Kidam Image, Letty in Paradise, Catch 22, Godrow Machine, and for the outside 7, Johnny Walker Deluxe. They're off and pacing. That's Catch 22. Quickly off the wings of the gate on the inside. Electra Express is away alertly out the rail. Down inside, that's East Warto Fun, who gets away in the 3 spot. Outside and pacing in 4, that's Johnny Walker Deluxe, who's caught on the limb. Inside, away 5th is Kidam Image. Then we go back to the trailing pair, Lady in Paradise and Godrow Machine. They make their way through the backstretch for the first time in Electra Express. Up to retake the lead as they race past that opening quarter. It is Electra Express on the lead, a length and a half. Second is Catch 22. Outside and pacing third, that is Johnny Walker Deluxe. They were past the initial quarter in 28 and 4/5 seconds. They move off the top turn. Electra Express on the front end is showing the way into the lane now. As they near the half, Johnny Walker Deluxe has the parking ticket, but he's still advancing. Outside second. Inside is Catch 22 getting the pocket journey. Next in line, East Warto Fun is staying with them 4th. Inside, Kidam Image is 5. Here comes Lady in Paradise 6th on the outside. And back to the trailer, Godrow Machine in 7. Onto the backstretch. They were past the half, 57 and 4. Electra Express still in control as they race onto the 3 quarters. Out there a length and a half. Johnny Walker Deluxe living on the outside. Down inside, Catch 22 is enjoying the pocket journey as they arrive at 3 quarters. Electra Express is on top by 2. Catch 22 reclaiming second. Johnny Walker Deluxe beginning to tire on the outside third. East Warto Fun, a ground-saving trip in 4. 1:26 and 4 for Electra Express. As they round the top turn, it's Electra Express by 2.5. Catch 22 is in pursuit second. Then on the inside, East Warto Fun and Johnny Walker Deluxe, but Electra Express will win it at the line. Second, it's close. Catch 22 trying to fend off a closing East Warto Fun. Mile in 1:56 and 1/5.
And Mark Campbell gets another win with Electra Express, and he knows this mare well. He had her as a youngster, and she just keeps on winning and delivers here in race number 6 and grabbed the top early on up the backstretch to the opening quarter. 28 and 4, the half 57 and 4, stepped it up 29 seconds in the third panel, 1:26 and 4, and closed home in 29 and 2, the mile in 1:56 and 1. And there you see Mark Campbell at the line with Electra Express here in race number 6, and tight for second between horses 5 and 2. So it's close between those two, but Electra Express, she'll be back in the winner's circle in just a few moments here for her 26th career victory here in race number 6.
Now in the winner's enclosure, the winner of race 6, 1 Electra Express, 7-year-old brown mare by Western Paradise. Owned by Brody Ellis and Madeline Ellis Abbott, trained by Jeff Ellis, and catch driven to victory by Mark Campbell. Electra Express, 156 and 1/5. Cooler in the 6th race in memory of the late Shep and Bernice Trenham. Of course, Mr. Shep Trenham started racing in the early 70s, and Bernice was always by his side. They were both avid fans of horse racing, and they seldom missed a race. They traveled to Truro, Sackville Downs, and Brunswick Downs. Shep was the proud owner of many horses over the years, including Good Clean Fun, Cheating Heart, Guesswork, and of course Bayside Jet, who was the 3-year-old pacing colt of the year in Truro in 1979. You may remember him as a man who would bring a feed of lobsters to the track. Everyone would enjoy his journey to the raceway with his feed of lobsters. Shep and Bernice have passed their love for the horse races on to many of their family members. And that is why Karen, daughter Karen, and Trenda Halverson, granddaughter, have donated this cooler in loving memory of the late Shep and Bernice Trenham. Well, I'd like to send you down to Victory Lane to Caitlin Wesley for the introduction of our Lindsay Construction Cup kids.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to take this time to introduce the first annual Lindsay Construction Invitational Cup kids. Before I do that, I would like to say thank you to a couple of our supporters. We would like to thank the municipality of Colchester. We would like to thank Lindsay Construction, Farmhouse Bar and Grill, Nova Scotia Exhibition, Truro Raceway, and also the THHOA. So now I am going to introduce each of our youth that is going to represent the Lindsay Cup horses. Leaving from post position number 1 with Woodmere Ideal Art, we have Lola Thompson and Ava Skinner. Leaving from post position 2 with Batter Up, Hanover, we have Ellie Driscoll. Leaving from post position 3 with Little Manny, we have Kenan McDonald and Jaslyn McDonald. Leaving from post position 4 is Time to Dance with Aaliyah Fudge and Ashlyn McKenzie. Leaving from post position 5, we have I'm a Looker 2 with Zach Landry and Lachlan O'Connor. Leaving from post position 6, we have Windblown with Lucas Skinner. I would also like to thank 2 of our ambassadors that were actually just in the winner's circle, Madeline Ellis and Brody Ellis. They have been helping us with the young ones as well. And I'm going to hand it over to Penny Wesley.
On behalf of the Lindsay Cup kids, let's say a big thank you, Caitlin.
All right, everyone, let's give them a big round of applause and let the big show begin.
Thank you, Caitlin. Here is the official rundown of race 6. Number 1, Electra Express, was the winner. 2, East Warto Fun finished 3rd. 3, Cutum Image was 4th. 4, Lady in Paradise 6. 5, Catch 22 was 2nd. 6, Godrow Machine 7th. 7, Johnny Walker Deluxe 5th, and the 8 was scratched. Fractions were 28 and 4, 57 and 4, 126 and 4, and the mile in 156 and 1/5. Top down 134, 627, 5 scratched. 152 try in race 6, $107.40. 15 exactor, $39.50. Seventh race up and coming, Atlantic Aged Pacing Mare Series. 8 mares behind the gate for race 7. There are no program changes. They'll go to the gate in approximately 13 minutes. Horse people are now advised that the track is now clear.
And checking the latest in the KDP Driver Award race here at Truro Raceway for Atlantic Grand Circuit Week. And Mark Campbell has just taken over the lead with that win with Electra Express in race number 6. He has 3 wins now. Week, Gilberto, Redmond Doucette, Darren Crow, and Adam Murner all sit with 2 wins apiece. So Mark Campbell now the leader of Atlantic Grand Circuit Week in the KDP Driver Award standings.
Twelve minutes away from race number 7 at this time. We'd like to offer up a special thank you to Central Equipment for sponsorship of their side-by-side vehicle transportation there towards the winner's circle on Atlantic Grand Circuit Week. And also a special thank you to our parade marshals, Emily Hines on the Tinseltown Whiz Kid, as well as Haley Cody on Brenna's Solon's checks. For doing such a great job here at Truro Raceway over the last few evenings. Haley and Emily ride out of the TS Performance Horse Stable in Pictou. And we're also going to thank Travis Smith of TS Performance for his support of Atlantic Grand Circuit Week as well. 11 minutes to post time, race number 7. Race number 7, up and coming. It's the Atlantic Age Pacing Mares Series. The best mares in the Maritimes will battle for over $5,000 in purse money. Coming up, the earliest action is on the 4 Dream Fair Zenfire. Great-looking mare by Sunfire Blue Chip. She's done some great things since chipping down from Ontario last season. A 13-time winner from 24 outings in 2020, and now already 5 wins from just 7 starts. Her latest was a victory over Summerside in 155-2. Red Doucette was on board there. Mark Campbell, trainer Mark Campbell, going back on board for Ryan and Everett McLeod. Dreamfair Zedfire. Now, I watched her warm up over Summerside in her last couple of outings. She's just fair, you know, following a post parade, scoring down even her warm-up miles. But when she goes behind the gate, she forgets about anything that could be troubling her. Dreamfair Zenfire, removing Lasix for this start. Again, a wonderful daughter of Sunfire Blue Chip from Limited Opportunity. Sunfire Blue Chip has done some great things as far as putting out racehorses. Dreamfair Zenfire will seek out her 25th career victory should she get the job done here in the aged Pacing Mare Series for Atlantic Canada. Largent Legacy, she's been much better in her last couple of starts. She's been second best to Dreamfair Zenfire off of tried to roll gate to wire last time out, just beat by a nose in 55-2. The trip before that, Pocket Road to a second place victory, 54-4. Again, she's been much better in her last couple of outings. Gilles Barrio stays on board. Largent Legacy with a rail advantage. The best pacing mares in the Maritime set to go postward here in race number 7 coming up. We're about 6 minutes to post time. The post parade is next.
The mares now entering the track for the 7th race, race 7. It's the first leg of the Atlantic Age Pacing Mare Series. They'll compete for a purse of $5,230. One entry, Largent Legacy, has been detained in the paddock and will be delayed in post parade. From post 2 is Lady Like. She's owned by Debbie Element. Redmond Doucette will catch drive. Corey McPherson gets the drive on number 3 Woodmere Sky Roller for owner Reg McPherson. Dreamfair Sunfire from post 4, owned by Ryan and Everett McLeod, with Mark Campbell in charge. Number 5 is Arc Light. Jason Hughes gets the call for Crossroads Racing stable. David Livingstone, the owner of 6 Ashes to Diamonds. Darren Crow in tow. From post 7 is Rose Lily, owned by Robin Burke with Adam Murner. At the lines, and 8, You Bet 'Em a Good One. Jeff Lilly, Patricia McLean, Dee McLaughlin, the owners, and Jeff Lilly will drive the 8, You Bet 'Em a Good One. Post time for the mares is in 4 minutes.
And just before we look at our top selections here in race number 7, the Age Pacing Mare Series, pace here in race number 7. Just a correction, Mark Campbell only 2 wins, so we still have a 5-way tie with Gilles Barrio, Redmond Doucette, Darren Crow, Campbell, and Adam Murner. They still all have 2 wins. So Sugar, we've both gone to the same entry here in race number 4 for our top selection, and it's back to Mark Campbell with Dreams, Fair Zenfire, and a daughter of Sunfire Blue Chip, owned by Ryan McLeod and Everett McLeod. Mark Campbell driving, one of 3 entries from the Mark Campbell stable and MCR. And this mare, of course, 3 wins in a row, and she's looking for her 4th. She's got 24 career victories, and she's 5 for 7 on the season. And like you say, she fires up when she gets behind the gate, and she's all business, and she's going to be tough in here. And what a class, though. We've had some great mares over the course of the many years of racing here in the Maritimes. But this year's crop, I'll tell you, these are a great bunch of Atlantic age pacing mares going in this series this year.
Right on, the Stream Fair Zenfire, likely the one to beat again today for Mark Campbell. But you know what? She's not a layover by any means. Largent Legacy right there with her to finish second by nose last time out. There's, 4 or 5, maybe 6 in here that could get the job done. Dream Fair Zenfire, the current favorite, but like I said, not quite so much a layover in here. Just going to add one more of those drivers with 2 victories to your list. I know you've got 5.
Oh, okay.
What I've got here then from Truro Raceway, Adam Murner, Kenny MacDonald, Gilles Barrio, Darren Crow, Mark Campbell, and Red Doucette, all with 2 victories going into race number 7. So there's your latest update. Right. So we've got 6 all vying for the Drivers' Award for Atlantic Grand Circuit Week. About a minute away from race number 7, the best mares in the Maritime set to compete here coming up. I mentioned Largent Legacy. She got really good in her last couple of outings. Largent Legacy gets a rail to work with. Beau Ford has done a fine job of preparing this mare to tackle the best 6-year-old daughter of Mr. Big. Largent Legacy, an early speed threat. Just 1 win from 9 outings. 2021, her career best 53-3 over the big track at Woodbine Mohawk Park. We've seen a 53-2 track record by Woodmere Alvin. Free-legged his way to victory there for Corey McPherson, trainer Mike McGuigan earlier on this afternoon's card. The track is lightning fast. The weather is great. Looking at the trees, there's not a whole lot of wind out there. Track record for mares, possibility here. With some serious speed. You've got 53 miles shown by both Ladylike and Woodmere Sky Roller, and that took place back in early June. The speed is there, and we could see a big one here in race number 7.
Yeah, speed's definitely there, and we both like Largent Legacy from the inside post. I think she'll do well to get away and sit close. And I like number 3, Woodmere Sky Roller a bit. Corey McPherson gets the driving assignment here this afternoon for Reg McPherson, and what a mare this one has been. 18 career wins. And how about that trip right down the bottom of your program there? 53-2, just beat a neck to Ladylike, who also sees action in this race. But Corey was on this mare that day, just beat at long odds. Last quarter, 28 seconds flat. So Corey picks up the live drive, and she's paying pretty good odds right now, 6-1. So maybe a little bit of a shot in your triactor for number 3, Woodmere Sky Roller, and Corey McPherson at currently 6-1 odds.
Yeah, I like this big mare. She's been big right from the get-go. Go back to her 2-year-old season.
Yeah.
She definitely had the size on the others. She's a winner of just close to $130,000, a winner of almost $90,000 last season. She was a 12-time winner as a 3-year-old. It could be reunite it, and it feels so good. Corey McPherson aboard. Number 3, Woodmere Sky Roller. He gets along well with the big mare. He'll be trying to put her in play in the early going, I'm thinking. Claire MacDonald had the catch drive aboard Woodmere Sky Roller over Summerside in her latest. Never really got involved. There was plenty of traffic in that race. She had the
Yeah,
8
there
hole
was.
too, just way
Yeah.
too much to overcome in her latest. So back to an
Yeah.
inside post, much better post to take nothing away from Claire. Again, there was nothing she could do outside post and plenty of traffic issues in the latest. Woodmere Skyroller capable of much better here. Speaking of capable, number 2, Lady Like. She's a 53-2 winner over Charlottetown. Back in early June, just nipping Woodmere
the track
Sky
record
Roller
there.
late. Lady Like, definitely one to be thinking about here. Red Dew set, likely to have her in play, hey?
Oh yeah, for sure. And she set the track record for mares actually in that 153-2 mile for David Dowling, and of course Colin Johnson retiring to PEI, so he's enjoying his newfound life over in Prince Edward Island, and his wife Debbie, they look after this daughter of Shadow Play, and with an improved post she could be tough. And like you say, early gate speed, Redmond Doucet, he loves to fire off the gate here, and he's got a good post to do it. Ladylike at post number 2 here in race number 7.
All right, one more time. We'll send it up to track announcer Joe Kelly. He's got the call for race number 7, Truro Raceway.
The aged pacing mares have been called in behind the Home Hardware Building Center starting gate. It's post time. The track record for age pacing mares here at Truro Raceway was set last year, 154-4 by Sodwana Bay. It could be in jeopardy here this afternoon. In the first leg of the Atlantic Age Pacing Mares Series, top of the stretch, L'Argent Legacy, Ladylike, Woodmere Skyroller, Dreamfair Zenfire, Arclight, Ashes to Diamonds, Rose Lily, and You Bet 'Em a Good One. They are off in the Age Mares Series. Away on the inside, Woodmere Skyroller firing out, looking for the lead. Ashes to Diamonds getting into the action early. Is up on the limb, second, and out there 3 wide as they race past that opening panel is Rose Lily down on the inside. L'Argent Legacy gets away in 4. Outside and looking for a spot is Arclight at the rail. As they race down the backstretch, Dreamfair Zenfire will find a seat. They race past that opening quarter, and up to grab the lead now. That's Rose Lily to set the tempo. Leads a length and a half in the pocket. Woodmere Skyroller. Then next in line, Ashes to Diamonds is pacing along third. Looking to the outside, L'Argent Legacy from 4. Quarter in 27 seconds flat. They move off the turn and travel now in front of us for the first time as they near the half, and they're led by Rose Lily. In for the pocket journey, Woodmere Skyroller. First over to attacker. Here comes L'Argent Legacy on the outside. That will provide cover to Dreamfair Zenfire, who's getting the prized second over journey as they race on down the backstretch now for the final time. L'Argent Legacy now being pressured by the first up attacker. L'Argent Legacy, Ladylike on the inside has given way. L'Argent Legacy, the new leader, losing cover. That's Dreamfair Zenfire now in pursuit second. Up into the action arc. Light is now on for third. They race out of the 7/8 mile mark. L'Argent Legacy is the leader. 3/4 of a length. The half was 55-3. 3/4, 125-1. They do have a shot at it as they round the top turn. Outside, Dreamfair Zenfire looking to overtake L'Argent Legacy as the mares straighten out down the stretch for the final time. L'Argent Legacy hanging tough. Up on the far outside, trying to close in. Arclight in the passing lane. Ladylike gets it all. A mile in 155 and 1/5.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Ladylike with a mild upset here. Horrendous, and I mean horrendous. shuffle for Woodmere Skyroller. Did you see where that big mare came from?
Yeah,
Wow.
I know.
You know what? Quarter mile 27. They were just going too much for a retake. And you know what? Trapped behind a 27-1 long shot bomber who, you know, yeah, Woodmere Skyroller. I think she was much the best. She closed up well here. She had to gain 8, 9, 10 lengths maybe and come up on the wide side. She's a winner if she found any room at all going up the back stretch. But take nothing away from Ladylike, and Red Doucette has got her on her way to the winner's circle. They were going track record speed down to the half, 55-3. Final half just 59 and change. But you know what? Just worst play of the day, Woodmere Skyroller. If you got her, I'm feeling for you.
Yeah, Redmond had a perfect trip, never had to move her off the cones, and she slides up the inside to get it late here in the mile, 1:55.1, and she's on her way back to the winner's circle with driver Redmond Doucette, who now has 3 wins in the KDP Driver Award standings, and he sits atop alone with 3 wins now, and Joe Kelly will have the winning circle presentation in just a moment with the winner of race number 2. It's Ladylike, Redmond Doucette. And unofficially, your top 4 is 2, 1, 3, and 5. 2, 1, 3, 5. Unofficially here in race number 7. And we'll send it up to Joe here in a second for the winner's circle presentation.
Now back in the winner's enclosure is the winner of the first division of the Atlantic Age Pacing Mares Series. It's number 2, Ladylike, 5-year-old brown mare by Shadow Play, out of the Dragon Again Dam, Sunshine Patriot. She's owned by Debbie Element of Village Green, Prince Edward Island. Trained by Colin Johnson. Picking up the live catch drive this afternoon, Redmond Doucette, Ladylike, in 1:55 and 1/5. Seventh race is now official. 1 Largent Legacy second, 2 Lady Like the winner, 3 Woodmere Skyroller third, 4 Dreamfair Sunfire fifth, 5 Arclight fourth, 6 Ashes to Diamonds 6, 7 Rose Lily was seventh. You bet him a good one, the 8 was eighth. Fractions, 27 seconds the quarter, the half 55 and 3, 3 quarters 125 and 1, the mile 155 and 1. From the top 213, 5, 4, 6, 7, 8. Triactor 213, it returned 178.50. The 2-1 exactor 25.10. Race 8 coming up. The second B division, 3-year-old pacing colts. No program changes. Post time for the 8th in 11 minutes.
So 10 minutes away from race number 8. A little treat for you coming up. We're going to go back in time about 28 years ago, July 31st, 1993, the Exhibition Cup Invitational from Truro Raceway. And we're getting set to cue that one up for you here shortly. Enjoy.
3 Truro Horsemen's Club Exhibition Cup Invitational has No Worries and Phil Pinckney won it with Henry Smallwood for the fans. Steve Charlton wins of Peace with Danny Romo, Diplomat Katie and Russell Burgoyne. Christopher C. Down with Steve Mason, Buddy Hanover in Ian Moore, Shannon Commander with Gary McDonald. The trailer is Kilcairn Ingle and Claire McDonald. Here they come. They're off and pacing. Winds of Peace will get the first call at the rail. No Worries driving out second. Buddy Hanover up on the outside is 3 deep in the early going. They head by the opening 8th. Winds of Peace. Buddy Hanover right there second. No Worries is down at the rail traveling third. Diplomat Katie neatly finds a seat fourth. Away in the 5 spot, that is 1 at 6. This Kilcairn Ingle in 7 for the fans. Racing in 8, Christopher C. Down, and trailing the field is Shannon Commander. They head into the turn. Buddy Hanover has the lead a length and a half, with Winds of Peace sitting in the pocket. Next in line, No Worries third. Diplomat Katie is staying a tight up fourth. A blistering opening quarter, 26 and 2. They continue off the top turn. Buddy Hanover, a lively clip as they approach the half. He has it by 1 on the outside, and coming first at him is No Worries. Locked in the pocket, that's Winds of Peace third. Diplomat Katie is going to get a good second over. Journey Racing fourth. Third over is Kilcairn Ingle. She's getting into the action for Claire McDonald as they move into the backstretch. Buddy Hanover by half a length. On the outside, second is No Worries. The half, 56 and 4. They move down the backstretch. And on the outside, No Worries is forging to the top. Buddy Hanover second. Third on the limb is Diplomat Katie. Kilcairn Ingle is asked up for more on the outside. As they head into the turn, it's No Worries by 1. Here comes Kilcairn Ingle. On the inside, Diplomat Katie is staying right with them third. Moving into contention fourth. As they move off the turn, Winds of Peace. 1:26 and 1 the 3 quarters. Through the stretch, No Worries. Trying to fend off Kilcairn Ingle. No Worries. Kilcairn Ingle. Kilcairn Ingle getting up in the final strides. No Worries second. Diplomat Katie is third.
And what a great memory there with Claire McDonald, of course, getting her 1,500th career victory this past week at Atlantic Grand Circuit Week, and drove that horse to victory. Kilcairn Ingle, remember that horse fondly, and what a horse he was. Maritime bred pacer, and boys, that horse could fly. And he had a brother named Kilcairn Fury, and that was another horse, real nice horse back in the day. And Claire McDonald, nice drive there, got that good trip, buried with cover and swung him wide and got up to nip No Worries. And that was Phil Pinckney aboard that horse. So some great memories there for the Nova Scotia Cup way back in 1993.
Right on, 28 years ago. Now, I had been to Truro a few times
remember that,
before
Sugar?
Yep. I had been to Truro before
Okay.
that a few times. Drove my motorcycle over, and but on that occasion, I had been over with some friends. We took a carload over. We were outdoors
Awesome.
in the bleachers to watch that track record performance. When Kilcare and Ingle made the big move, the crowd just roared. It was noisy outside, and great to see, a great memory. Right now, though, post-parade for race number 8. Coming up, more Atlantic Sire Stakes action for the Glamour Boys.
Here's the field for the 8th race. Atlantic Sire Stake, 3-year-old Pacing Colts, B Division. Number 1, Coot Cobbler. Over Ron Garland, Craig Carey driving. The 2 is Hand Over the Roses. Redmond Doucette at the controls for Clarissa Mahar, Andrea Runnison, and Ryder Matthews Runnison. Claire McDonald has the assignment on 3, Huey Ray, owned by Gigi Stone and Max Stable. Whistler from post 4, Jason Hughes will drive for Alan McDonald. Debbie Francis, Blake Wells, and Roseanne Langell are the owners of 5, Woodmere Cecil. Paul Langell driving. Reggie's Game from post 6 has Gilbert Okach driving for Donna Wilson. That's the field for the B division of the 3-year-old Pacing Colts, and they'll go behind the gate in 5 minutes.
Okay, so 5 minutes to post time, race number 8. We've just watched Ladylike take the Atlantic Age Pacing Mirrors Series for a purse of just over $5,000. Now, I did mention horrendous. Horrendous being the horrendous shuffle for Woodmere Sky Roller. Nothing wrong with the drive. There's nothing Corey McPherson could have done there. Again, going to the quarter in 27 seconds. He's sitting second. I'm thinking maybe retake, but no, the half was 55
just moving
and 4.
too quick.
Yeah, you just can't move a horse from the pocket when they're going that kind of speed. So, again, nothing wrong with that drive. Corey McPherson, just no luck for the shuffle. Woodmere Sky Roller appeared to be much the best. She flew home late to close up and finish well. So, yeah. Anyway, race number 8 up and coming. B Division, Atlantic Sire Stakes Colts are up next. And the action right now on number 4, that is Whistler. Whistler with Jason Hughes training and driving for Alan MacDonald of Bedford, Prince Edward Island. This one, I've got the 5 on top, Woodmere Cecil, actually. I'm going to stay with him, getting a nice price. I'm not sure you'll get that kind of price come post time, but if you do, I think you're doing well. Number 5 for me, Woodmere Cecil, meets easier now after trying the A boys last time. I'm going to put him on top. Woodmere Cecil paced Summerside in 56 and 4. If he can find a similar kind of effort tonight, likely to be racing from off the pace for Paul Langiel. I like his chances as a value player here in race number 8.
Yeah, he's certainly going to be tough, especially with that drop. Pace a mile in 56 and 4, and we've seen the son of Roll With It Harry earlier set the 3-year-old standard here at Truro Raceway so far with that mile in 153 and 2 earlier. So Woodmere Cecil, good odds there, Sugar, 8-1. I went to number 4 though, Whistler. He's won 2 straight for Jason Hughes and owner Alan McDonald, and the son of Stonebridge Terror. Just 4 starts this year, but he has 2 wins, a second, and he moves up to the A, or he stays in the B divisions rather. And he was impressive last trip. Didn't have to do a lot of work. Never left the pylons, actually. He got up the inside there at Summerside Raceway and got the win for Jason Hughes. Went off as a favorite that day, and he's taken most of the money here right now at 6-5, and that's number 4, Whistler, here in race number 8, and that's my top selection.
Yeah, a bit of a change up now in the Atlantic Sire Stakes action. You can win a B stake and you don't have to move up.
Yes, you can.
Over the years,
It's
if
your
you won a
choice,
B stake, you were thrown to the wolves, even if you weren't good enough to be there. But now if you win a B division stake in Atlantic Sire Stakes action, you can remain at that level. So Whistler, he can come right back here off his 158, a pair of 158 victories. Odds-on favorite last time out The current fave at 6-5, the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, training and driving Whistler, expected to be an early speed threat in here. 1 minute.
And another horse seeing some action on the tote board right now, sitting at 7-2 or 3-1 right now, is number 3 Huey Ray, and that's from the Bernie McDonald stable, owned by Gigi Stone and the Max stable of Port Hood, Nova Scotia. 3-year-old son of Malicious. Claire McDonald will drive the pacer from post position number 3, and suddenly 9-5 on the tote board, and why not 2 straight wins, and doing it pretty easy except for that last start. Held on for a half-length victory. Start before that, though, out most of the way and drove on to an impressive win. 2 minutes and 2/5. Has been the favorite the last 3 outings for Huey Ray, and is a slight favorite right now, Sugar. Taking some money here at 9-5, number 3 Huey Ray. And Claire McDonald, some late money on a pretty even tote board, except for a long odd on number 6 Reggie's Game, currently at 23-1 for Barrio.
Yeah, you know what? I've always had a soft spot for the Inverness shippers, whether it was them coming over for Old Home Week in Charlottetown or now coming over to Truro. You always know they're going to step up and go a little quicker. This one is showing 2-minute speed around Inverness. Last couple of victories for the Colt son of Malicious. Now he takes on stakes action for the first time in his young career. Expect more from number 3, Huey Ray. Again, first try at stakes action after winning 3 of 4. Do not ignore this Inverness shipper at Truro Raceway.
We did have a winner in today's Pick 5. They correctly selected 5 out of 5. The ticket returned $682 for a $1 ticket.
So there you have Pick 5 winner Joe Kelly, just mentioning the price, $682. That's what comes back when it's a $1,000 guaranteed pool. Of course, always a $1,000 guarantee on the Pick 5 play. There was one lone winner of the Pick 5, $682 coming back on the $1 play. There's your outsider. That is Reggie's Game. Reggie's Game was a winner last time out over Truro. I believe Gilles Berriot gets the call to drive for Toby MacDonald today. Had that rail last time out. Will have to get a little bit quicker and possibly a whole lot better to tackle these. Reggie's Game, son of Steelhead Hanover, the outside chance here at 14-1. Starting gate, moving into position. Joe Kelly with the call of race 8.
It's post time for the 8th race. Home Hardware Building Center starting gate is moving up, and the 3-year-old colts are moving in. Race number 8, Atlantic Sire Stake, 3-year-old pacing colt B division, purse of $3,000. Coot Cobbler, and over the roses, Huey Ray, Whistler, Whitmere Cecil, and Reggie's Game. They're off. Away quickly, and over the roses, out looking for the lead. Huey Ray is leaving sharply as they race into the first turn. At the rail, that's Coot Cobbler. Then caught wide is Whistler in the 4 spot. Back in 5 is an unhurried Whitmere Cecil, and Reggie's Game is 6th and sitting at the back. They continue through the backstretch for the first time, and hand over the roses opens up a quick 3-length margin on Huey Ray, caught outside and looking for a spot at the rail as they race past that opening panel. That's Whistler. He's yet to find one. Coot Cobbler in the inside is fourth. Back in 5 is Woodmere Cecil. And Reggie's Game can see them all as the Colts race past the 3/8. As they continue off the top turn, they're all in pursuit of Hand Over the Roses, who's out there still on a 2.5 length lead. Huey Ray is the next closest one, racing along second, inside third, and now looking to come off the rail. Whistler stayed in there just briefly, moving up first over. Now picking up that cover, that's Woodmere Cecil on the outside, with the second over toe back to Coot Cobbler, pacing along the rail. In 5 and Reggie's Game now getting underway from 6th. They continue into the backstretch, and quickly Whistler has taken over. Hand Over the Roses is retreating at the rail up into the 2 spot. That is Woodmere Cecil, who's giving chase to Whistler. As they arrive at 3/4, it's Whistler. Woodmere Cecil on the outside is gaining ground second. Then back in 3, that's Reggie's Game, followed 4th by Huey Ray. They continue on to the 7/8, and Woodmere Cecil looks to have collared Whistler as they race past the 7/8 and off the top turn. 3/4 in 1:25 and 3, and that is Woodmere Cecil who leads them on home. On the inside second, Whistler trying to fight back. Reggie's Game into contention third, but nobody's going to catch Woodmere Cecil. Fighting back gamely, Whistler will finish second, and third is Reggie's Game. The mile in 1:55 and 1/5.
And Woodmere Cecil enjoying the dip to the B division here tonight, and a big trip, 1:55 and 1, new lifetime mark for the 3-year-old son of Roll With It Harry. And wow, what a night for that sire, siring the fastest 3-year-old at Truro Raceway so far in history, and now another win in the B division. And there you see him, he collared Whistler down in deep stretch, and Whistler used quite a bit in that mile, and still right there second, mile 55 and 1. Reggie's Game closed pretty well there for third to round out your top 3.
Right on, Woodmere Cecil. It's something to look for and look at going through the 2021 Atlantic Sire Stakes season. When they're dropping down from the A's into the B's, it's definitely something to consider. 55 and 1 new mark for this one. The surprise for me here was Reggie's Game. I said he'd have to get a whole lot quicker and likely a whole lot better. Well, he just did. He paced his mile in 55 and change with Jill Barrio on board for Toby MacDonald. Reggie's Game a solid third. Whistler, though, he didn't get a whole lot of love there in the early going. He got left out through an opening quarter, and then he had to travel first up and challenge there off a quick half. And another fast mile for the B Pacers here, 1:55 and 1. That's A division speed. Woodmere Cecil on his way back to the Truro Raceway winner's circle.
Yeah, and as mentioned, 2 wins for the sire. Roll With It Harry with Woodmere Alvin earlier, 53 and 2, fastest mile ever.
Now back into victory lane. Winner of race 8, B Division, Atlantic Sire Stakes, 3-year-old pacing fillies. That's Woodmere Cecil. Big eldest son of Roll With It Harry. The no pan intended dam, St. Lad's Sassy. Bred by Woodmere Farms. Now owned by Debbie Francis, Blake Wells, and Roseanne Langell. Paul Angel is the trainer and driver, and he gives Woodmere Cecil a new lifetime mark, 155 and 1/5. Monty McCachran, on behalf of the Atlantic Standardbred Breeders, making the presentation and offering his congratulations to the winning connections of Woodmere Cecil, winning the B division of the 3-year-old colts in a personal best, 155 and 1. Eighth race is now official. 1 Coot Cobbler 6, 2 Hand Over the Roses was 5th, 3 Huey Ray 4th, 4 Whistler was 2nd, 5 Woodmere Cecil was the winner, and the 6th entry Reggie's Game finished 3rd. 27 and 4 was the opening quarter. They reached the half in 56 and 4. 3/4 paced in 125 and 3, and the mile a new lifetime best for Woodmere Cecil, 155 and 1/5. Rechecking, top down, 654-213. 5-4-6 try in race 8, $80.20. The 5-4 exactor, it returns $16.10. Race number 9 up and coming. No changes in the 9th race, and they'll go behind the gate in 10 minutes.
Have a 10 minutes wagering time. The upcoming 9th race, 3 more to go to complete Atlantic Grand Circuit Week 2021 at Truro Raceway. I'm Sugar Doyle out of Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Scott Waddell out of Moncton, New Brunswick with us for tonight's show, brought to you by Universum Media Studios. 9th race up and coming, featuring a conditioned event, then into race 10. Some of the best 3-year-old pacing colts in the Maritimes, the likes of Pictonian Thunder, Woodmere Steel Deal, trying to bounce back, Elliott Moose, Dusty Lane, Goliath, and Rotten Ronnie, a field of 5 in race number 10. And then the 11th and final race features the Lindsay Construction Cup Invitational. We got talking earlier on the day there, Scott, about track records. We've already seen one for the 3-year-old colt pacers, a Woodmere Alvin, a free-legged style, 53 and 2 in a B division. The overall track record, Yankee Osborne last season paced a mile in 152. That is the overall fastest mile ever paced over Truro. That is the gelding track record. The stallion track record by Crombie, 2017, he paced Truro in 152 and 4. And as Joe Kelly mentioned, for the age pacing mare, Sudwana Bay got there in 54 and 4 last season over Truro. So 52 flat. That's the overall track record, fastest mile ever paced by Yankee Osborne last season during Atlantic Grand Circuit Week.
Well, they say Truro Raceway is the fastest strip in Atlantic Canada, and of course Time to Dance already has a trip over in Charlottetown, 152 and 3 earlier on in the season. So going to be interesting to see for the finale with Time to Dance, as he's got post 4 in the Flea, taking on 5 other rivals in the Lindsay Construction Cup Invitational Pace. But just before that, Sugar, we've got the Glamour Boys in the final A division of the card, and of course Woodmere Steel Deal, as we mentioned, looking to bounce back, and the battle with Dusty Lane Goliath will continue tonight in race 10.
Yeah, and you know what? You better include Rotten Ronnie in that battle. Red Goosette's been doing some pretty good things over Truro Raceway this week. Rotten Ronnie, the outside post to overcome Dusty Lane Goliath, he was just lights out, so good over Summerside. I look at his third quarter rush at a brush. He's charted 26-4 through the third quarter to go around Woodmere Steel Deal. You'd have to go back a long ways. Well, you'd probably never find one that would pace a third quarter over Summerside in 26-4. That's what Dusty Lane Goliath did in his latest, a 154 win. Wasn't even his lifetime best. He was a winner in 53-3 over Charlottetown, 3 back mid-June. So Dusty Lane Goliath, he's got 5 starts this season. He is the most experienced to date this season in stakes action anyway. Pictonian Thunder's been out 8 times. Elliott Moose, he's raced 7. Woodmere Steel Deal, second best in his season debut after going 13 for 13 last season. That is in race 10. Before we get to that one, though, it's race 9 up next, a condition event for pacers and a good-looking field as well. You know what? They're going for $2,000, and they can go some pretty good speed in here. There's some in here showing some quick miles in their latest, including Harry G. You've got American Wrist and Post Parade coming right up here for race number 9, 6 minutes out.
Introducing the field for today's 9th race. Number 1 is Brookdale Jim, owned by the Paulies, Doug Jr. and Sr. Bernard McCollum has the driving assignment. Jeff Ellis is in charge of the 2 entry, Good Friday 3, owned by Debbie Ellis. HF Jesse James from post 3, owned by Orly and Rick Beaumont Jr. Jason Hughes will catch drive. Don't Ask Logan from post 4 has Corey McPherson in the driver's seat for Andrea and Ryder Matthews Renison. They share ownership with Ian McDonald and Basil Sherry. Intended Royalty from post 5. Redmond Doucette will steer for Randy and Ed Copley. Risky Biz Group, the owners of 6 American Risk, Mark Campbell driving. And Ernie Laughlin sits behind the 7 Harry G for owner Christina Gillis. Post time for race 9 is in only 5 minutes.
And we get set to look at our top selections here in race number 9. Purse of $2,000. Condition pacers. And Sugar and I, we've both gone to number 5, Intended Royalty, a ship in from the Randy Copley stable of Inverness. Edward Copley also co-owning the pacer, and a red-hot Redmond Doucette on board here this evening, and Redmond leading the KDP driving standings going into these final 3 races. And this horse, a winner of 2 straight and a big trip 2 starts ago over Inverness, 155-3, and he should be able to step it up a little bit more, even so at Truro. And there you see him on your monitors, and nice big strapping horse by no pan intended. He's got 51 career wins, Sugar, and he's got a shot to get his 52nd here in race number 9.
Yeah, I love this horse today. Intended Royalty, a 14-time winner last season. He took his life best as a 9-year-old, 154-2 over Charlottetown.
Yeah.
I'm going to call it right here, right now. He's going to grab a new lifetime best today as a 10-year-old. I'm calling it. The track is lightning fast. This horse is in peak form now after being out 3 times for pari-mutuel starts. And as you mentioned, 55-3 over Inverness. That is fast, folks. A 55-3 trip over that track, that's more like 54, 53 kind of speed over Truro. Again, I'm calling for a new lifetime best with Intended Royalty here. The 10-year-old and Red Doucette to put a clenching hold on the Drivers' Award for Atlantic Grand Circuit Week. If Red gets the job done here, I believe it's over for the rest of the drivers as far as the award for winningest driver this week.
Yeah, I would say so. If he wins this, he's got it pretty much wrapped up, I think. And also in here, Sugar, we kind of like number 7, Harry G. I went to him as second best. Christina Gillis owns the pacer from post position number 7. Duncan Gillis trains, and another son of Roll with it, Harry, and hot tonight. And he's already won over Truro this year, 154 and 2, a monster mile, 3 starts back. And he's got a lifetime best here at Truro of 54 and 2, and shows some speed of Woodbine in the 53 range. So Harry G does have the outside post to contend with, but he's second choice on the tote board right now at about 5-2 here in race number 9. I know you went to him for third best. You also like the 6, Sugar, American Risk.
Yeah, the 6 is an early speed threat. I do like the outside chance for 7, Harry G. He was with us in London for a bit this spring, and I've always liked this horse, even going back to his Sire Stakes career. You like those roll with it Harrys, hey?
Yeah, oh yeah, they're performing tonight.
Yeah, okay. The 6, American Risk, is the one I'll touch on here as my second best player. You've got him pegged for third. He's definitely going to be flying off the wings. He shows sitting second at the quarter, 27 and 1 last time out. You can go back to June 20th where he's at the quarter mile and 27 and 1. American Risk, he's going to be a player in the early going. Mark Campbell gets the call tonight for George Renison and the Risky Biz group of Truro, Nova Scotia. Yet to win in 2021, but he's a great check getter for the group and Renison. American Risk, a likely speed favorite, though a red Doucette. You know he's going to be sending Intended Royalty right next door to post 5. You're down to about a minute to play. American Risk, what do you think, Scott?
I like him. You know, he's got a great ownership group here in Truro, Nova Scotia, and Mark Campbell gets a live drive, and like you say, he can bust the gate. And I know Mark's going to be certainly aware of Redmond to the inside of him, and it's going to make for an interesting first turn. But American Risk should be off the gate well here for Campbell on the outside, and the better showing him some love. Second choice on the tote board right now at 6-5. Well, your favorite on the board, Intended Royalty, you're getting now 3-5 drop on Intended Royalty right now. And then third choice on the board goes to number 7, Harry G, to the outside. So the betters over the 5, 6, and the 7 here in race number 9.
Getting word right now out of Alberta. Colleen Haining is tuned in, and she is watching and cheering for one horse that she raised in here on her family farm at HF, Jesse James, bred by Harold Haining of Alberta. Wife Colleen tuned in and cheering on HF, Jesse James, the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes on board. Glad you're with us, Colleen, and good luck as you watch your former pacer here at a post 3 at Truro Raceway. Starter calling them in for race number 9.
Home Hardware Building Center starting gate is now moving for race 9. It's post time. Race number 9 on today's card has Brookdale Jim, Good Friday 3, HF Jesse James, Don't Ask Logan, Intended Royalty, American Risk, and Harry G. and Intended Royalty has intentions on the lead as they race into that first turn. On the inside, Brookdale Jim, and in the center, that's Good Friday 3 there, 3 wide, battling for that lead as they race into the first turn. Off stride there went Good Friday 3. As they move into the backstretch, that's Brookdale Jim emerging with the lead. Intended Royalty outside is second. Then on the inside, away third, HF Jesse James. On the outside, American Risk is pacing along in 4. Then back inside, Don't Ask Logan from 5. The 6th one is Harry G. And at the back, and now back down pacing, but well back and trailing, is Good Friday 3. Opening quarter was 28-2. The inquiry sign has been lit on the infield tote board as the field continues off the top turn. Intended Royalty has the lead as they round the turn. And near the half, Brookdale Jim in for the pocket journey. Then pacing along the rail in 3, that's HF Jesse James. American Risk will try it first up third. Also following cover, Don't Ask Logan on the outside. He's moving up now into 4, shuffle back to 5th. HF Jesse James. Harry G looks to the outside from 6. They continue on to the backstretch, the half. In 58 seconds flat, Intended Royalty in control as they head on to the 3/4 mile mark. Brookdale Jim is still tied up in the pocket. American Risk outside pacing third. Outside 3 wide, Don't Ask Logan is 4th. Harry G is stocked up 4 high as they race on now to the 7/8. Intended Royalty is the one to reel in. American Risk now showing second, dropping back at the rail, Brookdale Jim. Harry G still out there 3 wide, but Intended Royalty is out there now on a 2.5 length lead as they make the final turn. 1:26-2 was the 3/4. Intended Royalty appears to be home safe, and yes, he is. Intended Royalty wins it by some 3.5, 4. Second, American Risk, and Don't Ask Logan. Please hold on to all tickets here on the 9th. Judges have an inquiry underway. Judges are looking at the racing action in the first turn and the break made by 2 Good Friday 3. Mile was in 1:55 and 1/5.
And there you see Intended Royalty and Redmond Doucette picking up another win, and he'll take the KDP Standardbreds Top Driver of the Week award with this win. And Intended Royalty carving out fractions of 28-2, 58 seconds at the half. He stepped it up 28-2 in that 3rd quarter and came home in 28-4 to get the win, 155-1. And Red sitting chilly in the bike and wins it here. Intended Royalty going off as the bettor's choice here in race number 9. And again, as Joe mentioned, the inquiry sign has been posted, so hold all tickets, please.
Yes, indeed, Intended Royalty. When he made front, quarter mile was soft, 28-2, and even the half 58. When I saw the half 58, I said, no shot for the backfield here. Intended Royalty, 10-year-old, steps out there, and Red Doucette now, as mentioned, maybe a stranglehold of the driver's award. I think that's got him at 4 for the day.
That does have him at 4, yep.
Okay, so we'll see Mark Campbell with a couple of favorites coming up here. Mark Campbell will be on the 2 Woodmere Steel Deal in race 10. He will be driving the favorite, Time to Dance, in race number 11. So it's not over yet, I would think, for the driver's award.
No, he's got a shot for 4 if Mark can get Woodmere Steel Deal back on track, and then Time to Dance in the final. We could see a dead heat here for top driver, and that's if Red keeps the win here. I think the inquiry may have something to do with number 5.
Right, the action was a bit tight going into that opening turn. You had the one horse, Brookdale Jim, leaving out. Good Friday 3 was next door. Free-legged pacers through that first turn, and you know what? Action was tight. Sitting 3 wide there on the outside was Intended Royalty. So we'll await the judge's inquiry result here on race number 9, holding all tickets.
And again, the inquiry sign still posted here in race number 9, and it does involve the unofficial winning entry, number 5, Intended Royalty. So hold all tickets, please.
We will have a disqualification here in the 9th race. Number 5, Intended Royalty, was the winner. However, he did cause interference on number 2, Good Friday 3, in that first turn, causing Good Friday 3 to go off stride. Intended Royalty finished first, will be placed 7th. Number 6, American Risk, elevated from 2nd to 1st.
And Mark Campbell now elevated to the winning position here in race number 9, and that'll put him at 3 wins and tied with Redmond Doucette going into the final 2 races. So American Risk placed the winner after the setback of number 5, Intended Royalty, setback for interference, and we'll have the winning entry on a placing back in the winner's circle with track announcer Joe Kelly in just a moment.
Now back in victory lane is the 9th race winner on a placing, number 6, American Risk. He's a 5-year-old bay gelding by American Ideal, owned by Risky Biz Group of Truro, trained by George Renison and driven by Mark Campbell. There will be a corrected time for the 9th race mile. Ninth race cooler, sponsored by Truro Raceway Limited.
This race replay brought to you by Pye Chevrolet.
Here is the complete rundown now from race 9. Number 1, Brookdale Jim, finished 5th, placed 4th. 2, Good Friday 3 was 7th, placed 6th. 3, HF Jesse James, finished 6th, placed 5th. 4, Don't Ask Logan was 3rd, placed 2nd. 5, Intended Royalty, finished 1st, placed 7th for causing interference. 2, Good Friday 3. 6 American Risk finished second, placed first. And the 7 entry Harry G was fourth, placed third. The fractions 28 and 2. The half 58, 3/4, 126 and 2. And the corrected time for the mile was 155 and 4/5. Top down after the placings, your card should read 4652713. The 647 try in race 9, $879.70. The 6-4 exactor, $186.40. Coming up, races 10 and 11. The final 2 dashes on the program. It's the late daily double. We have no program changes in either race. Race 10, the second A division of the Atlantic Sire Stakes for 3-year-old pacing colts. And post time is in 10 minutes.
Alrighty, 2 of the most anticipated races on this evening's card. The final program for Atlantic Grand Circuit Week, Truro Raceway for 2021, and what a way to close out the big week. We've got the Atlantic Sire Stakes, 3-year-old pacing colts A division coming up, featuring Woodmere, Steel Deal, Dusty Lane, Goliath, Rotten Ronnie, among others. And then we've got the Lindsay Construction Cup Invitational as the 11th and final race on the card. 1-9 on Woodmere Steel Deal. As he gets back to his home base, he'll try to rebound off. I didn't bring the good luck. Let's just say that. I didn't bring him the good luck. It was the first time in my
yourself,
life.
are you?
Right. It's the first time in my life I've ever been able to watch him race in person. I had 2 things I wanted to do this summer, coming home after being turned away from returning to Prince Edward Island last season. I wanted to celebrate my mom's 88th birthday. We did that. We did that on the backside of Summerside Raceway, and I wanted to see Woodmere Steel Deal race in person. Well, for the first time, I saw him July 10th over Summerside. Finished second best in his season debut. He was not done, though. I mean, it took an incredible effort by Dusty Lane Goliath to take him down. As mentioned, I don't think you could ever find a horse pace his third quarter in 26 and 4 over Summerside. His back half, 55 and 2, first up for a long ways, being Dusty Lane Goliath. He is so good right now, but he's got a few more starts than Woodmere Steel Deal in 2021.
Yeah, I think that could be the difference here. He's got, that trip last week, 154. A nice interview on Standardbred Canada this past week with Gilles, and he elaborated on the win last week and said these are 2 real nice colts. His colt has grown a lot over the last year, and he thinks it's going to be a battle between these 2 horses. And he gave props, as he should, to Woodmere Steel Deal for just being his first start back and pacing the mile in 54 and 1. Like you said, he was far from done at the end of that mile, but he's got that one tightener under his belt. He's got post 2. He's on his home track. He's got kind of everything going for him, I think, here, Sugar, in race 10. And I think he's going to be tough to beat here from post 2.
Right now, we're talking about Woodmere Steel Deal, his second start of the season. In Summerside, I watched Rotten Ronnie get off the car quite easily to grab early control. And I'm watching Woodmere Steel Deal leaving from post 6 through that opening turn. I thought, he's in trouble. But you know what? When Woodmere Steel Deal pulled alongside Rotten Ronnie, a ton of respect was released on the part of driver Red Doucette to let Woodmere Steel Deal go to the top, approaching the quarter mile in 28. Got a nice second quarter in at 29 and 4, and then he had to deal with the onslaught of Dusty Lane Goliath with that huge third quarter paced in 26 and 4. So Woodmere Steel Deal, he will get plenty of tote board respect. It's showing it right now at 1-9. He will get plenty of respect out there from his competitors as well. I'm hearing now they are stepping out on a post parade here for race number 10. It's Atlantic Sire Stakes action for the 3-year-old Pacing Colts.
Parade marshals Haley Cody and Emily Hines leading the 3-year-old Colts postward here for today's 10th race. It's the Atlantic Sire Stakes for 3-year-old Pacing Colts, A division, purse of $8,320. From the rail is Pictonian Thunder with Adam Murner doing the driving for Alex McPhee. Kevin Dory and Bob Samara hold the ownership papers on the 2-entry Woodmere Steel Deal. Mark Campbell will drive. Number 3 is Elliott Moose, sold by Donald McRae, Brian McRae, and Melissa McRae. Jason Hughes driving. Gilberto drives from post 4, Dusty Lane Goliath, owned by Daniel Ross. And from post 5 is Rotten Ronnie, owned by Redmond Doucette and Andy Stewart. Redmond Doucette will do the driving. That's the field for the second and final A division of the 3-year-old Pacing Colts. Post time in 5 minutes.
5 minutes. 5 minutes away then from race number 7, Woodmere Steel Deal, the 1-9 favorite. And I'm looking at his track headlines. I go back to, it was July 25th of 2020 where he showed the only time he was not on top at 3/4 until last time out. Dusty Lane Goliath was going by him at 3/4. Those are the only 2 times he's not been on the lead going by 3/4 throughout his career. I'm wondering, do they give him a different kind of trip tonight? Do they race him off a helmet? You know, you go out, you cut your first mile of the season, you taste defeat for the very first time. Do they want to change up tactics? Because, like I said, the pressure is off. They're not trying to remain perfect here. Maybe it's time to show him how to race a little differently. Maybe off a helmet tonight.
Well, I think Mark's going to go for the top here, Sugar, only because he's got post 2, and Jill's horse is a very versatile horse. He doesn't have to be on the front. He can sit. He can get away even third in here. So I don't think Jill's going to be like power pushing this horse into the first turn. So I think Mark's going to get the front fairly easy here, and I think after that we'll see what happens. But I think Mark will keep him moving on the front end. And I know you've gone to number 4, Dusty Lane Goliath, and it's going to be a heck of a horse race. Like the anticipation, a lot of people are really looking forward to this race, and it's going to be a good one between these 2 horses.
Well, I'm hearing you because when I was over at Governor's Plate Week in Summerside, I know on Governor's Plate night, the plate itself, sure, a big race, but the talk was the 3-year-old Pacing Colts. Early in the season, you don't normally see these kind of matchups.
No.
Seeing the best face the best. It's usually later on in the season. So here we're treated again to a fine battle between Woodmere Steel Deal, Rotten Ronnie, Dusty Lane Goliath, and how about Woodmere Alvin moving into the fold next time out? He'll be facing the likes of these, and you know what? It's a very deep crop now, the way things look for the 3-year-old Colt Pacers going forward. Woodmere Steel Deal, you're looking at them 1-9, still on the tote board. As you mentioned, I'm going to try Dusty Lane Goliath on top again, just because he's got the fitness factor, he's got the experience factor for stakes races this season, and that last mile over Summerside, that was just simply incredible in my mind. Rolling first up against a colt that's never been defeated late in the mile in his career. Dusty Lane Goliath never been better than he is right now. Again, I'll say it again because it was so huge. That 26-4 third quarter over
Yeah.
Summerside, you will not find that anywhere. You can look through lines from years and decades. There's not been a horse in my mind ever paced a 26-4 third quarter over Summerside. So that's why I'm sticking with Dusty Lane
And
Goliath
even
to win it here.
Yeah, and the outside horse, Rotten Ronnie, you got to remember he was in the thick of things there too, that mile, and he never lost any ground when they came that third quarter either. I mean, he was right there along the cones. He was only 2 lengths back at the 3/4 pole, and ended up only 3 lengths behind, 54-3 his charted mile. But he does have the outside here to contend with. He had an inside post too in that last start, but you certainly can't leave him out, especially if somehow there is a speed duel on the front end here in race 10.
I don't think we're going to see a speed duel, as you mentioned.
No,
Woodmere
I
Steel
don't think
deal.
so either.
Right, Woodmere
Yeah.
Steel deal, likely to go to the top, but Rotten
Yeah.
Ronnie, I can see Red Doucette blasting this fella. I can see him blasting off the wings, Mark letting him go, and Mark coming back for a retake. We get talking about the 26-4 quarter over Summerside by Dusty Lane Goliath. How about 26-4 on the end over Inverness by Rotten Ronnie in his season debut? Right now, I want to give a shout out to the Rotten Ronnie cheering section that I met up with in Summerside at the shipyard just over a week ago. They come over to the table, introduced themselves, and I wasn't quite sure who they were. I asked my friends, do you know who they were? They didn't have a clue, but you know what? It was the Red Doucette cheering section that I met at the National Driving Championship, Grand River Raceway a few years back. So I went over to the table to check them out, to ask where I'd seen them before. That's what they came up with, was the National Driving Championship. So a shout out to the Rotten Ronnie Red Doucette cheering group that bought my table a round of drinks that evening as well. They know how to do things right over in Inverness, Nova Scotia.
They sure do. They sure do. And right now, still Woodmere Steel Deal 1-2 on the board, and Dusty Lane Goliath right now at 2-1, and you're getting 8-5 on number 5, Rotten Ronnie. And Dusty Lane Goliath has moved up actually now, sitting Sugar at 3-1. With Woodmere Steel Deal down to 2-5 on the tote board.
Yeah, thanks for the heads up. I think I'm going to just hit him here with a $20 win ticket at 3-1. That is a nice price on Dusty Lane Goliath. Still time to wager here. How about Elliott Moose, 30-1 Bomber?
Yeah, actually, he's raced good this year. He's got a trip in 55-3 over Charlottetown, and he was in that monster mile there last week. Only beat 6 lengths, 55-1, and he leads from the middle of the pack here, so he could get a pretty good view of what's going on and get away probably third here, I think, in the early going. But right now you get 14-1 on him, and long odds on number 1 Pictonian Thunder as they get set to go here in race 10.
The 3-year-old colts are now lining up behind the Home Hardware Building Center starting gate. It's post time. Race number 10 on the afternoon. It's the Atlantic Sire Stake, 3-year-old pacing colt. A division, $8,320 purse. Pictonian Thunder, Woodmere Steel Deal, Elliott Moose, Dusty Lane Goliath, and Rotten Ronnie. They are off and pacing, and Dusty Lane Goliath is quick off the gate. Also moving out alertly, that's Woodmere Steel Deal, and as expected, Woodmere Steel Deal will grab the early lead as they race to the opening 8th. Elliott Moose on the outside is away second. Pictonian Thunder down on the inside is next in line third. Dusty Lane Goliath backs off and finds a seat in 4. And fifth and at the back, that's Rotten Ronnie. They're single file, the Colts, as they check it at the opening quarter. And up front, Woodmere Steel Deal leads the way. On to the 3/8. It's Woodmere Steel Deal out there, a length and a quarter. In for the pocket journey, that's Elliott Moose. Then next in line is Pictonian Thunder. Third, Dusty Lang Goliath. Biding his time back in fourth is peeking to the outside. And at the back of the field is Rotten Ronnie. Quarter, 27-2. 3-year-old Colts now approach the halfway point, and Woodmere Steel Deal unpressured on the front end as they race into the lower turn. But here comes the pressure now coming to call on the outside. Here's Dusty Lang Goliath up on the outside now to apply that pressure as they race past the 5/8 and into the backstretch. They were past the midway point in 55 4/5 seconds. On their way to 3/4, Woodmere Steel Deal will try to fend off the first up attacker. That's Dusty Lang Goliath, who pulled the upset last week. He's within 3 parts of a length second. On the inside, a third is Elliott Moose, who stays with them, but it's Woodmere Steel Deal striding out now by 2. On the inside, Elliott Moose moving up to reclaim second. Backing off, Dusty Lang Goliath retreats third. 3/4 and 1:24 on through the stretch. Woodmere Steel Deal by 2.5. Elliott Moose, Dusty Lang Goliath. Woodmere Steel Deal back to his old tricks, winning it again. 2.5 lengths second to Elliott Moose. It's close for third. What a day this has been. We've seen the fastest mile earlier ever witnessed here at Truro Raceway. Well, we just witnessed another one. It is the fastest, 1:52.2. Unbelievable. Woodmere Steel Deal setting a track record here at Truro Raceway. Unbelievable trip. 1:52 2/5.
And wow, what a redemption mile for Woodmere Steel Deal here. And Mark Campbell, and he wanted control early, and he took it over the quarter, 27-2, the half 55-4, and he stepped it up 28-1 in that third quarter, 124 at the 3/4 station. And there you see him off the turn. Mark going to work on him a little bit, knows he's got a good mile going here, and digs in last quarter, 28-2. And how about that? The 3-year-old track record for 3-year-old pacing colts. It gets broken twice in one night. Mark Campbell, Woodmere Steel Deal. He's the real deal. 1:52.2, and he redeems himself in a big way here tonight, winning the second division of the A Colts here, 1:52.2. What do you think, Sugar?
Yeah, that's the Woodmere Steel Deal we were looking for today. And you know what? For the first time in his career, he went away as the second choice. He's been the favorite in each and every lifetime start until today. The betting public got behind Dusty Lang Goliath, making him the 3-5 favorite, going away at even money, 1-1. Woodmere Steel Deal, for the first time in his career, went away as the second choice, and 52-2, huge effort for the victory. Elliott Moose, Jason Hughes, wanted that 2-hole ride, and he left sharply to secure that at 50-1. Real battle for third between Dusty Lang Goliath and I think it was maybe Rotten Ronnie coming alongside to battle for the show dough. So here is Woodmere Steel Deal, Truro Raceway's newest track record holder, on his way back to the winner's circle.
We've just witnessed an unbelievable mile by a Maritime-bred 3-year-old on a Maritime racing surface. The mile 1:52.2, and there he is, Woodmere Steel Deal. He's a 3-year-old brown gelded son of Steelhead Hanover, out of the Western Ideal Dam, Very Ideal Hanover. He was bred by Woodmere Farms of Marshfield, Prince Edward Island. He's now owned by Kevin Dory of Middle Sackville and Bob Samara of Halifax. Mark Campbell, engineers the track record winning performance. Woodmere Steel Deal in an unbelievable 1:52 2/5. Trackside, Fonzie McCacken, on behalf of the Atlantic Standardbred Breeders, offering his congratulations and presenting the winning blanket to the winning connections of Woodmere Steel Deal, who sets a new track record here at Truro Raceway for 3-year-old pacing colts, 152-2. That's just 2/5 of a second off the all-aged record here at Truro of 152 flat.
This race replay brought to you by Summerside Toyota.
And with that victory with Woodmere Steel Deal, that puts Mark Campbell at 4 wins and the DP Driver Award for Atlantic Grand Circuit Week. So Mark Campbell now 4 wins. Closest to him was Doucette with 3.
I'll draw your attention down trackside. Mr. Keith Driscoll from KPD Standardbreds, making the presentation of the top dash-winning driver for Atlantic Grand Circuit Week in 2021. And, of course, with that record-setting mile in the 10th race, Mark Campbell cannot be caught. He has 4 driving victories for Atlantic Grand Circuit Week 2021. Keith Driscoll, on behalf of KPD Standardbreds, making the trophy presentation to Mark Campbell. And we'd like to thank Keith Driscoll for his continued sponsorship of the Top Driver Award for Atlantic Grand Circuit Week. Here is the official rundown from race 10. 1 Pictonian Thunder 5th, 2 Woodmere Steel Deal the winner. 3 Elliott Moose was second, 4 Dusty Lane Goliath third, 5 Rotten Ronnie fourth. The fractions for the historic mile here, 27-2 was the quarter. Woodmere Steel Deal clocked the half in 1:55.4. He stepped past the 3/4 in 1:24 and stopped the clock in an unbelievable 1:52.2. Woodmere Steel Deal, the track record holder here at Truro Raceway for 3-year-old pacing colts. Top down in the 10th, 5-1-2-3-4. 2-3-4 try in race 10, 59.40, and the 2-3 exactor, $30.80.
Well, the Glamour Boys, they did not disappoint. A great display of speed throughout the afternoon. Woodmere Alvin, track record 153.2 earlier on the day, and Woodmere Steel Deal absolutely smashing that record that only lasted a few hours. 152.2. That's quite a trip, second start of the season. I mentioned earlier, Woodmere Steel Deal as a 2-year-old wouldn't have looked at a place racing against Ontario's best, and you know what? No. Right about now, he probably wouldn't look at a place racing against the best 3-year-olds in Ontario either.
No, and just 2/5 of a second off the all-time record here at Truro Raceway. Of course, Yankee Osborne pacing that trip 1:52, and Woodmere Steel Deal at age 3, 1:52.2 in this previous race. And like you say, Sugar, I think this horse could go just anywhere and race with the best that they have to offer. He's something else. I mean, we get a great opportunity to see him up close and, certainly appreciate what he's brought to the game. And he's brought a lot of exposure to harness racing in the Truro area, and he just keeps going. So it's going to be a fun summer for sure, watching these 3-year-olds. And, even the B division tonight, 53.2. And then, like you say, Woodmere Alvin going to have to step up and go with the big boys.
Right on. It's going to be fun to watch. A very deep crop of 3-year-olds going forward in this 2021 Atlantic Sire Stakes season. The 2-year-olds are looking fine as well. We've got the Invitational Pacers up and coming in the Lindsay Construction Cup. Purse of $7,500 up for grabs. Governor's Plate winner Time to Dance opening up at 1-9. Mark Campbell, leading driver throughout Atlantic Grand Circuit Week at Truro Raceway. He's on board. Time to Dance. No Lasix for this one this evening. Here's the post parade of race 11.
Go anytime.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to now send you down that trackside where Haley McDonald is joined by the Lindsay Cup Invitational Kids. Haley is going to sing She's Called Nova Scotia.
She grows on you slowly the first time you meet. There's just so much beauty the heart can believe. And you want to stay longer, and she's ever so pleased. You're one of the many who don't want to leave. So walk through her green fields, go down to the sea. The fortune in your eyes is more like a dream. She's called Nova Scotia, and she so makes you feel like you've discovered a treasure no others have seen. It's hard to remember the places you've been. For once in her presence, she's all that you see. And she cradles you softly like a warm, gentle breeze, and wins your heart over with a feeling of peace. So walk through her green fields, go down to the sea. The fortune in your eyes is more like a dream. She's called Nova Scotia, and she so makes you feel like you've discovered a treasure no others have seen. So walk through her green fields, go down to the sea. The fortune in your eyes is more like a dream. She's called Nova Scotia, and she so makes you feel like you've discovered a treasure no others have seen. Like you've discovered a treasure no others have seen.
The entries are now on parade for the 2021 edition of the Lindsay Cup Invitational Pace. They'll compete for a purse of $7,500. The elder statesman in tonight's select field will leave from the coveted rail position. He's a 6-year-old maritime-bred gelded son of Articulator, owned by the Ultimate Stable of Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick. His 23 lifetime victories ties him for most wins among tonight's competitors. He paced his best lifetime winning effort of 154-4 as a 4-year-old right here at Truro Raceway. Career-wise, he has banked over $83,000, competing solely on the maritime circuit. Trained by Seafoy Melanson, and no stranger to Truro Raceway, Robert Laffin, he'll return to pilot from Post 1, Woodmere Ideal Art. Right along the elder statesman from Post 2 is the new kid on the block. He's a 3-year-old royally bred son of Betting Line out of the Some Beach Somewhere Mare Beach Bunny Hanover. He's a recent purchase by Nova Scotia owners Debbie Francis, Roseanne Langell, and Doug Lowthers. This in only his 14th career start, but he has already tackled some of the top 3-year-old colts on the continent. He has looked impressive in his local starts for his new connections, winning 2 of 3, and picking up a new lifetime mark of 154-2 here at Truro. The youngest trainer driver in tonight's group teams up with this 3-year-old colt, a youthful combination that looks to take down their more experienced rivals from Post 2, Paul Langell and Batter Up Hanover. The second maritime-bred son of Articulator is in tonight's Lindsay's Cup Invitational Pace. He has drawn Post 3. This 4-year-old has 31 career starts under his belt, winning on 8 occasions, while stashing away $30,551. He took his lifetime mark of 156-3 earlier this year at Exhibition Park Raceway. Dean McLaughlin, Brad Taylor, and Stephen Treitzel of Fredericton, New Brunswick, along with Brad McLaughlin of Woodstock, New Brunswick, are the owners. Charlie Miles is the trainer, and veteran New Brunswick reinsman Stephen Treitz will guide from Post 3, Little Manny. The 2021 Governor's Plate winner will line up behind the gate from Post 4. This 5-year-old son of Rock and Roll Dance is owned by Brent Campbell of Charlottetown and Matthew McDonald of Edwards, Ontario. He finished 4th in last year's Truro track record-setting mile in the Lindsay Cup Invitational, but since then he has been razor sharp, winning 12 of 15 starts. He's the fastest and richest competitor in the group by virtue of his 151-4 winning effort in last year's Gold Cup and Saucer and his $140,000 bank account. He's in search of his 24th lifetime victory tonight in just his 60th start. Mark Campbell, the perennial top maritime dash-winning driver, trains and will drive from Post 4, Time to Dance. From Post 5 is a lightly raced 4-year-old maritime foaled son of Shadow Play, who seems to prefer the home cooking as he has sported a 11-for-21 record on maritime soil. He has never been better than last week's 153-2 winning performance in the Governor's Plate Consolation at Summerside. Owned by Bob Samara of Halifax and trained by Danny Romo, this winner of $27,000 lifetime will get the services this evening of one of the most consistent high-percentage drivers in the country, Gilles Barrio, who will map out the trip this evening behind number 5, I'm a Looker Too. Owners Douglas R. and Douglas E. Pauley of Amherst and Gordon and Joanne McComb of Fall River, Nova Scotia hold the ownership papers of this number 6 entry. He's a 4-year-old gelded son of Mach 3 who showed great promise as a 2-year-old, finishing second to Sports Obsession in the Battle of Waterloo final. He banked over $92,000 of his $113,000 in career earnings in that freshman campaign. He returned home to Truro after his mediocre 3-year-old season in search of rekindling that promise. Trainer Bernard McCollum may have found it. He tossed the hobbles and since then has reeled off 4 straight victories, including last week's impressive 153 and 2 mile. That was just 1/5 of a second off his lifetime best taken on a 5/8 mile track. Veteran Truro Rainsman Bernard Pooker McCollum again is at the controls behind number 6, Windblown. That's the field for the Lindsay Cup Invitational pace, and they'll go behind the wings of the gate in approximately 4 minutes.
There you have it then. Look at the field of 6 for the Lindsay Construction Cup for 2021. The heavy favorite, the one to beat, number 4, Time to Dance. We'll take a closer look at him here soon. He's very tough to go against after jogging in his last 2. The only thing that may affect his form would be the removal of Lasix for this race.
Yeah.
Mark Campbell on board. Scott.
Yeah, post 4 tonight for Time to Dance, and he's won his last 2 starts, as you can see, and by 8 lengths margin. Super impressive in the Governor's Plate elimination, 52 and 3. Then came back and won the final, 53 and 1. Of course, he's won over Charlottetown, 151 and 4. So I think Sugar, he's got a shot here for the track record. I think he's just on top of his game right now. I just think he's the class of the field, and Mark Campbell's on a roll here. He's won the Driver of the Week award here at Truro, and I think he's going to keep it going here with Time to Dance to close it out. And I'm predicting that he's going to break the track record here.
All right, very good possibility of that. We've seen some quick miles throughout the week. Props to the track crew for a fast service this week.
Yep.
It's been a speed show.
Yep.
4 minutes now. 4
Sure
minutes
has.
away from race number 11. Getting close to the final race of Atlantic Grand Circuit Week. I'm Sugar Doyle along with Scott Waddell, bringing you the action from Truro Raceway, courtesy of Universum Media Studios in Charlottetown. My pick for second. Don't normally try a 3-year-old against the older pacers, but this batter-up Hanover at opposed to a son of Betty Line is kind of special. Was a beaten favorite in his maritime debut over Truro back on June 20th. It was Windblown that did beat him on that occasion. Since then, though, another going-away winner in his last 2. Winner by 10, 2 back, and a winner by 7 last time out for trainer-driver Paul Langeal. Batter-up Hanover, a 3-year-old. It's been, I can't remember a last big invite race where a 3-year-old goes against.
3-year-olds competed,
Yeah. The Gold Cup and Saucers used to see them. I believe Rev Your Engine was a 3-year-old the year he beat him. Winner's Accolade back in the day when he was 3, he was taking on the Maritime's best. So this is a bit different. Batter up Hanover, a 3-year-old going up against the big boys.
Yeah, he's a nice colt. 2 straight wins, 54 and 2 over Truro, and that trip in Summerside, ultra impressive, 155. He did it by himself. He was pretty much out by himself the entire race, mile and 55. So, like you say, it is kind of strange to see a 3-year-old take on what we call the Bearcats, but he certainly shouldn't look out of place. He's got a post here. He's got an aggressive driver in Paul Langell from post 2, and he could easily hit the ticket here, and he's getting some respect on the tote board here at 5-1 Sugar.
He is getting the respect. Second choice currently. You know what? If I had to pick one off the post parade alone, I'd be picking your second selection for the win. That is the 5-horse being I'm a Looker Too. He looked really, really good on post parade. There he is right now. Gilles Berriot gets the call to drive for trainer Danny Romo. I'm a Looker Too. Really, really good when rolling gate to wire over Summerside, 53 and 2. And I'm a Looker Too. He's my post parade pick to do better than what I've got him selected for, which is third. Second best would not surprise me, nor a win. 13-1. Beware, I'm a looker too.
Yeah, he could be the upset play here for sure. He was ultra impressive there last start, 53-2. Mark Campbell aboard on that occasion and cut some good fractions. He was up to 3/4, 124-2, and I thought he was going to actually beat 53. He was going that good, and he closed it out though in 29. He was comfortable and an easy win, 153-2. So if you're looking for a shot at somebody to beat Time to Dance, I think you got a good shot with number 5, I'm a Looker too, if anyone's going to take down Time to Dance. And right now you're getting 13-1 on number 5, I'm a Looker too.
Just a final minute now. Final minute for wagers on race number 11. It's the Atlantic Grand Circuit Week finale, the Lindsay Construction Cup Invitational. Getting a look here at number 6, Windblown. Windblown has been really good in his latest efforts there since going free-legged. The 4-year-old son of Mach 3 has that outside post to overcome. Left from post 6, 2 back where he made a break in the early going, still managed to win in 55-4. He's got 2 of his last 3 outings coming home in 27 and change. Wind blown, one to think about, but that outside post is tough.
Yeah, I put him in there. I thought he might go off at even a little bit higher odds here with, I figure 1 to 9 would be probably the closing price on Time to Dance. But Windblown showing a bit of respect here at the window, 6-1 choice. Hometown horse here for the Paulies and the McCombs. And Pooker McCullum, no stranger to the invitational races here. So he's well in hand here too. So could be a long shot play a little bit here for Windblown to hit your ticket for the Triactor here in race number 11.
One final time this evening, sending it up to track announcer Joe Kelly with the call, race 11.
Lindsay Construction Cup Invitational Pacers called in behind the Home Hardware Building Center starting gate. It's post time. Top of the stretch are the starters in the 2021 edition of the Lindsay Cup Invitational Pace. Woodmere Ideal Art, Batter Up Hanover, Little Manny, Time to Dance, I'm a Looker Too, and Windblown. They're off and pacing away quickly. That's Woodmere Ideal Art. Firing out from the rail to grab the early lead. Up on the outside, Time to Dance is driving up second on the inside. Batter Up Hanover, the 3-year-old. He'll get away third on the inside. Little Manny emerges in 4, back in 5. I'm a Looker Too, and Windblown will have to sweep the field for back there in 6. They move on through the back stretch for time 1. Time to Dance up to take the lead away from Woodmere Ideal Art as they race past the opening quarter. That is Time to Dance taking over the lead. Woodmere Ideal Art will relinquish and sit a tight up second. 27-1 was the opening panel. Batter Up Hanover is next in line. Third, back at the rail, Little Manny pacing out of 4th. There goes I'm a Looker Too, angled to the outside from 5, and Windblown is still 6th. On through the stretch now as they check in at the midway point. It's Time to Dance. He's the one to beat, and still leads the way as they race into the lower turn. Woodmere Ideal Art getting the perfect journey second. Now up on the outside into third is I'm a Looker Too at the rail. Batter Up Hanover is the 4th one. He'll need room now. Outside in 5, Windblown is being towed up into contention, and now trailing the field, Little Manny on through the back stretch. The half was 55 and 3/5 seconds. Time to Dance, still the boss as they arrive at 3/4. He leads the way. Woodmere Ideal Art is trying to stay right with him second. Outside and pacing third, I'm a Looker Too. Batter Up Hanover. He looks to come off the rail third. They race past the 7/8. 3/4 and 1. 23 and 3. It's Time to Dance now by 2.5. Woodmere Ideal Art finally shaking loose the 3-year-old. Batter Up Hanover, but it might be too late. It is Time to Dance to take the Lindsay Cup Invitational Pace. Up for second, the 3-year-old Batter Up Hanover, and third is Woodmere Ideal Art. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we do have another new track pacing record here at Truro Raceway. This time the all-aged mark has fallen. 1:51 and 3/5. Time to dance.
And as Vance Cameron would say, wow, what a mile. Time to dance. Put on a show here tonight. Opening quarter 27 and 1, half and 55 and 3, 3/4 1, 23 and 3, and Mark Campbell just some tap urging down the stretch. He knew he had another good trip going here, and the mile 1:51 and 3 as you see him through the home stretch here, and he shows his heels to the field, digging in strong here in the home stretch. 1:51 and 3, and I know Richard Campbell is watching down, and he's got a big grin on his face here watching this pacer set the Truro track record here tonight. 1:51 and 3. Congratulations to owner Brent Campbell and the crew, and an emotional win definitely for that group, and we'll see Time to Dance back in the winner's circle. But Sugar, what a trip. I thought he could do it, and 51 and 3. Wow.
Right on. You called it. You called a track record performance. Time to Dance did not disappoint his backers, did not disappoint anyone watching online or on track tonight. 1:51 and 3 downtown in Truro. Mark Campbell on board. He was all right, and so too was the 3-year-old facing what you say the Bearcats. He was a strong second. He closed up well for second when he found room late. 4-2, 1 and 6. Your top 4 unofficial. Mark Campbell smiling with the late Richard Campbell smiling down after taking the governor's plate last weekend. Time to Dance coming right back here. A track record performance. 1:51 and 3. Great way to cap off Atlantic Grand Circuit Week 2021 at Truro Raceway.
Yeah, I got to give a shout out to Woodmere Ideal Art. Played some hard ball there early, but a respectable third in that mile. So down to the winner circle here, and we'll hear from track announcer Joe Kelly on the record-setting mile by Time to Dance.
What an afternoon for driver Mark Campbell. Back-to-back track records. An unbelievable performance in the 10th race by a 3-year-old pacing colt. This time, by an all-aged track record has fallen. Time to Dance. Impressively winning here in 1:51 and 3. Time to Dance. He's a 5-year-old gelding by a rock and roll dance out of the Bettor's Hanover, the Bettor's Delight Dam Mystical Gypsy. By Brent Campbell of Charlottetown and Matthew McDonald of Edwards, Ontario. Mark Campbell trains, and Mark Campbell engineered the track record performance. Time to Dance in an unbelievable 1:51 and 3. That's the fastest mile ever paced here at Truro Raceway. And in victory lane, making the Lindsay Construction Cup Invitational Pace Trophy presentation. On behalf of Lindsay Construction, Mr. Jeff Skinner, presenting the Lindsay Cup to the winning connections of Time to Dance, trainer-driver Mark Campbell, with their track record winning performance, 1:51 and 3/5.
This race replay brought to you by Truro Toyota.
There is the official rundown from the Lindsay Construction Cup Invitational. 1 Woodmere Ideal Art finished third. 2 Batter Up Hanover second. 3 Little Manny fifth. 4 Time to Dance the winner. 5 I'm a Looker 2 was sixth. And 6 Windblown finished fourth. Fractions for the record-setting mile, 27-1 was the quarter. The half in 55-3. 3 quarters in 1:23-3. The mile, the fastest ever here at Truro Raceway. Time to Dance, 1:51 and 3/5. That's also a personal best for Time to Dance. Rechecking from the top, 3:25.164. The 4:21 try in race 11, $23.30. The 4:2 exactor, $9.50. And the late daily double 2-4 combination, it returned $2.60. On behalf of the horsemen and women here at Truro Raceway and on behalf of Truro Raceway Limited, we would like to thank everybody for joining us for Atlantic Grand Circuit Week 2021 and hope you can join us again when live racing action returns to Truro Raceway next Friday evening with post time for race 1 at 5 p.m. Have a safe drive home.
All righty, the completion of Atlantic Grand Circuit Week out of Truro, Nova Scotia. Truro Raceway, a fine job by all involved for a great week of racing. The busiest week, the richest week of racing in Nova Scotia for the 2021 season. And what a way to cap things off, hey, Scott?
Well, Sugar, I've watched a lot of races. I'm a little bit older than you are, but I've watched a lot of races in the Maritimes here, and this is one of the best cards that I've witnessed here in the Maritimes. And just with these last 2 races, to see that 3-year-old colt winning 52-2, and then Time to Dance do it the way he did it, 51-3, and just an incredible race card and some incredible miles, and what a way to cap off a great week here at Truro Raceway for Atlantic Grand Circuit Week.
You bet. I mentioned I spent most of the week, the Governor's Plate week, on the backside of Summerside Red Shores. And one thing that came up quite often between the spectators, the fans, and horse people that joined me on the backside, Mark Campbell just has a way with these horses. He gets respect on the track. Sure, he drives power, but he's smart about the way he does things out there. So congratulations, Mark Campbell. You don't get back-to-back track records on a big week at Truro Raceway for nothing, right? Look what Mark just did. Woodmere Steel Deal, 152-2. Time to Dance, 151-3. Not sure you're ever going to see something like that happen at any maritime track going forward. Back-to-back track records? Wow.
Well, like I say, we witnessed history here tonight, Sugar, and it was something to. It was just great to be part of it. I was excited as all heck here, just watching these last 2 races, and it brings out the race fan in you. You get so pepped up for these races, and you know what it's like. I mean, you call them, and both of us have called some exciting races, and I'm sure Joe felt the excitement calling these last 2 races, and to have the 2 track records right in a row. I mean, it's something that we've never seen here at Truro Raceway, and even in the Maritimes, to set 2 track records right in a row like that is pretty rare.
Right on. I've done most of my work in Alberta and Ontario. Very fortunate to have the opportunity to work with Truro Raceway and Universal Media this week. I had a great time, and wonderful to be alongside you as well, Scott. Wonderful job.
Yep.
And
thank you very
much. You know
much.
what? It's been a great week of great racing. I'm Sugar Doyle out of Universal Media Studios in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Scott Waddell out of Moncton, New Brunswick. And you know what? Thank you, the fans from everywhere that were watching online, the OTBs and what have you on track. We had a great time. And again, thank you all for joining us. Atlantic Grand Circuit Week 2021, historic and now history. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, folks, and we'll hope to see you again soon.